session 3 at Stanford, California, with Professor Eric Voegelin at his home on Sonoma Terrace. This will be a recording of the materials to be included in the first section of the volume, which is subtitled Context. The date is June 26, 1973.
I attended the University of Vienna in the law faculty from 1919 to the completion of my doctorate in 1922. The atmosphere of the university at the time was determined by the breakdown of the Austro-Hungarian Empire after the end of the First World War. The university as to its composition was still the university of the capital of the empire and reflected in its scholarship and the personal attitude of the professors this metropolitan atmosphere. At the time when I was a student and throughout the 1920s, or rather until the effects of National Socialism made themselves felt in the early 30s, Vienna still had an enormous intellectual horizon and was leading in science internationally in a number of fields. There was, now comes an enumeration. First, Kelsen's theory of pure law, represented by Kelsen himself and the growing number of younger men whom he had educated, especially Verdross, Verdross, and Merkel. Then there was the Austrian School of Marginal Utility. Böhm-Bawerk had already died, but Leopold von Wiese was still the grand old man who gave the principal course in economic theory. Among the younger economists, there was Ludwig von Mises, famous by his development of money theory. Josef Schumpeter was in Graz at the time, but his work, of course, was read. Among the further intellectual and spiritual component that would impress themselves on the young men at the time was the School of Theoretical Physics, going back to Ernst Mach, and represented at the time by Schlick. An important intellectual force in this circle was Wittgenstein, who by that time already had left for England. There further must be mentioned the Austrian Institute für Geschichtsforschung, represented by Dobsch, Alfons Dobsch, who at that time had attained international fame through his work on the Carolingian history of economics. Den Titel werde ich Ihnen dann geben. Among the younger men, there was the rising force of Otto Brunner, who later became famous by, and then I give you the titles of the books. A further glory of the University of Vienna at the time was the history of art, represented by Dvorak and Stregowski. Dvorak himself had already died at the time when I came to the university, but Stregowski was active. I had with him courses in the Renaissance history of art, and what especially was attractive about him was his interest in Near Eastern art, of which his great work about Armenia, 2-volume work on Armenia, is a great document. At the same time there was flourishing in Vienna the Institute for Urgeschichte, and here you must now leave a gap, because I don't remember at the moment the name of that man, a very important person, who later became Minister of Education and helped me when to get out when he was the National Socialist Minister of Education. He then had to flee after, later to Argentina, and died there recently.
Okay, so I'll leave a space for you.
Let's see how you sound. Huh?
Yeah. More on the fringe, as far as I am concerned, were such famous institutions as the Institute for Byzantine Music under Egon Welles, with whom I later got acquainted. After the National Socialist takeover, Egon Welles went to Oxford. A further inevitable, massive influence was represented by the psychologists. I had the courses with Svoboda, who was very much addicted to the theory of rhythms that had been developed by Fries, who in turn was a close friend of Sigmund Freud. As a background into the psychology of Svoboda entered his early friendship with Otto Weininger. The works of Otto Weininger were read by everybody at the time. The most important influence in psychology at the time, of course, was given through the presence of Sigmund Freud. I did not belong to the circle of Freud and have never met him, but I knew quite a few of the younger men who had been trained by him. The most important at the time whom I knew were Heinz Hartmann, who later came to New York, Robert Welder, who later established himself in Philadelphia, and Kries, who later went to Australia. Now let us come to the composition of the law school and the influences which had the more immediate impact on me. The great intellectual figures by whom the students were attracted at the time were Hans Kelsen, the lawyer and author of and maker of the Austrian Constitution, and Ottmar Spann, the sociologist, who had developed his theory of universalism and had attempted a structural analysis of the economy of a people, going in its content far beyond the subject matter dealt with by the more restricted marginal utility theory. As a third figure who attracted the students in masses must be mentioned Karl Grünberg, a stalwart of the social democracy. In the wake of the upheaval through the breakup of the empire and the establishment of the republic, with its ascendancy of the Social Democratic Party, an important figure had become the chief ideologist of the Social Democrats, Max Adler. More on the periphery, as far as I was concerned, were a number of excellent lawyers, as for instance Strizova in international law, Schey, S-C-H-E-Y, who had conducted the reform of the civil code, and Hupka in civil procedure. I had registered as a student for the curriculum that would lead to the Doctorea Paul. My decision to take these courses leading to the doctorate in political science were partly economic, partly matters of principle. As far as economics are concerned, I was very poor, and the doctorate that could be finished within 3 years had a definite appeal. The law doctorate would have required 4 years. The matter of principle was a vague but strong impulse, even at that time, that I would embark on a career in science. The doctorate of law had the temptation that ultimately one would land, if one did not become an independent lawyer, in a civil service position. And I did not want to become a civil servant. The choice of political science was furthermore determined by the attraction of the faculty, in which such famous men as Kelsen and Spann were to be found. An alternative that was seriously considered by myself and by my father at the time was to go into physics and mathematics. But politics had a stronger pull. Still, after I had finished the doctorate in political science, I enrolled in the philosophical faculty in mathematics courses, especially with Furtwängler in Funktionentheorie. But these studies turned out to be not more than desultory, because I simply could not become enthusiastic about mathematical problems. During these 3 years began to form the personal relations with students of my own age, some of them not more than 1 or 2 years older, and by virtue of that slight age difference, coming back from military service, which had given them a maturity which people as I, who had just escaped the military service by age, found attractive. The occasions on which the relations were formed were the courses we heard in common, and especially the seminars. 3 of these seminars were of major importance for the later cohesion among the group of young men about which I have to talk. I mentioned first the seminar with Ottmar Spann, not because it was the most important under this aspect, but because here I got acquainted with some people who later dropped out of my life. The general climate of the Spann group and of the young people attracted by Spann was romanticism and German idealism with a strong touch of nationalism. Some of these people later got involved in National Socialism or in even more radical national movements opposed to National Socialism. At the time when the Hitler problem became virulent in Austria, the contacts with these people faded out, and were not resumed later. Still, I have to mention that because to Spann and the work in his seminar, and especially in his private seminar, which I attended through several years, I owe my acquaintance with the classic philosophers, Plato and Aristotle, and with the German idealistic systems of Fichte, Hegel and Schelling. More important for my later life, apparently because it met with my own inclinations, were the seminars of Kelsen and Mises. Through the Kelsen seminar and again the private seminar, especially the private seminar, were formed the connections with its older members, especially Alfred von Verdross and Adolf Merkel. Verdross, the international lawyer, Merkel, administrative law. Among the people closer to my own age group were Alfred Schütz, who later became sociologist professor of sociology at the New York School of Social Research, New School of Social Research. Emanuel Winternitz, who, after we were all thrown out by Hitler, became the curator of the collection of musical instruments in the Metropolitan Museum, professor at the New School of Social Research, and Fritz Schreier, who, when he came to America, entered the independent business of marketing and advertising. Third comes the private seminar of Ludwig von Mises, which I attended through many years to the end of my stay in Austria. And there were formed the connections with Friedrich August von Hayek, Oskar Morgenstern, Fritz Machlup, Gottfried von Haberler. From these groupings, determined by the institutions of the seminars, and the personal friendships and relations between these people and others, there crystallized in the end an institution which, partly ironically, partly sneeringly, was called the Geistkreis. That is a group of younger people who met regularly every month. One of them giving a lecture on a subject of his choice, and the others tearing him to pieces. Since it was a civilized community, it was a rule that the man at whose house we met would not be the one to deliver a lecture, because the lady of the house was permitted to attend. Otherwise women were not admitted. And it wouldn't be courteous to tear a gentleman to pieces in the presence of his wife. To this group belonged, on and off, gradually expanding, sometimes somebody dropping out, most of the people just enumerated, especially Doppelpunkt, Alfred Schütz, Emanuel Winternitz, Haberler, Fürth, Wilde, the art historian, Welde, the psychoanalyst, Felix Kaufmann, Friedrich von Engel-Jalochi, the historian, and Schiff. An important characteristic of the group was that we were all held together by our intellectual interests in the pursuit of this or that science. But that at the same time, a good number of the members were not simply attached to the university, but were engaged in various business activities. A man like Alfred Schütz, for instance, was the secretary of a bankers' organization and later entered a banking business. He continued his bankers' activities when he came to New York and had the fantastic energy of pursuing both his business successfully and to become the author of the studies which now have become famous through his collected works. Der kommt wieder dann der Titel. Emanuel Winternitz was a lawyer, a practicing lawyer, connected especially with Bausparkassen. He used a good deal of his income as a successful lawyer to make extended trips to Italy in order to indulge his interests in art history. That was the basis on which he later established himself in America, leading ultimately to his position in the Metropolitan Museum and the great success of having that marvelous permanent exhibition of musical instruments organized, which attracts the attention of the visitors to the Metropolitan Museum since 1972. It was a great affair. The economists were affected by the shrinking of the University of Vienna under the conditions of the Republic. One university could not accommodate as many first-rate economists as emerged in these years, and the names of Hayek, Haberler, Morgenstern, and Machlup have become famous in England and America. They tended to leave Vienna already before Hitler. Machlup himself was one of the last to leave because he was an independent industrialist. Engel-Janoschy, besides being an excellent historian, was the owner of a parquetry industry. Parquetry. But I must say that his conduct of his business apparently was mostly due to the eminently successful business intelligence of his wife Carlette. A further difficulty arose through the fact that, beginning with the establishment of the Republic, anti-Semitism became an ineluctable factor in the University of Vienna. At the time when I entered the university as a student, a considerable number of the full professors were Jews, reflecting the liberal policy of the monarchy. Since the time that I entered the university, no Jews were appointed full professors, so that the younger people who were Jews had no chance of ever rising beyond the level of Privatdozent. That limitation was in part responsible for the necessity of excellent men like Felix Kaufmann and Alfred Schütz to pursue their business occupations. Schütz, as I have mentioned, was a banker. Felix Kaufmann was a director of the Anglo-Persian oil industry, oil corporation. Many of these young people, hence, achieved through the advent of Hitler and the fact of being thrown out of their positions and the necessity to flee, were thrown into their careers. The friendships formed in these years held up. The members of this Geistkreis could be physically dispersed, but the personal relations have remained intact. The development of my studies in the university requires some reflection on the background acquired in high school. I went to a Realgymnasium, which meant that I had 8 years of Latin, 6 years of English, and as an optional subject, 2 years in Italian. Besides, my parents took care of some elementary tuition in French. The school was further characterized during the war years, 1914 to 1918, by the drafting of a number of the regular teachers for military service, so that certain fields were supplied by persons exempt from military service who came from outside the regular teaching personnel. These happened to be the most influential for us teenagers. Especially should be mentioned the English teacher, Otto Erwin Kraus, who, as far as I know, had been a journalist in England before returning at the beginning of the war to Austria and entering the teaching service. He was a knowledgeable intellectual who especially was interested in psychoanalysis in the variety of Alfred Adler. One of the high points in my high school education was the study of Hamlet during a semester, interpreted by Alfred Adler's psychology of Geltung. One of the regular teachers was Philipp Freud, an excellent physicist and mathematician, who taught us so well that in the last year of high school, 8th grade, a friend of mine, Robert Meyer, and I were quite able to become interested in the theory of relativity, which had just become famous, and the new summer representation of the theory of relativity by Einstein of 1917, which had just come out, is still one of my valuable possessions. We studied it, and at first could not understand it, but then discovered that our difficulty was caused by the simplicity of the theory. We understood it perfectly well, but could not believe that something so simple could arouse such a furor of a difficult new theory. The mathematical apparatus, of course, was entirely at our disposition. When we encountered these seeming difficulties of understanding, we consulted with Freud, our physics teacher, and found out about our problems and received further information. I remember especially from such a session with Freud, his bringing to our attention that, according to the new theory of atoms, when you take a saw and saw through a piece of wood, you separate atomic structures. How that is done, to separate atomic structures by a handsaw, was for him the greatest puzzle in the structure of physical reality. Freud had seen the problem of reductions and the autonomy of the various strata in the reality of being. The stratification of reality led to an incident in another connection. One of the very good people who came from the outside during these years was a chemist from the Polytechnic in Vienna, Strebinger. I was called up for an oral test after in a previous lecture from whom I had been absent, the question of the composition of citrus acid had been discussed. I had learned the matter at home and knew all about citrus acid, but I couldn't answer the question, how does one obtain citrus acid? And I thought there was some complicated chemical process involved which had something to do with the chemical composition of citric acid. And then I was thundered down as an egregious jackass because I didn't know that citrus acid is obtained by squeezing lemons. I got a bad grade in that semester. Another man from the Polytechnic who was of importance was Kopacek, the mathematician. In mathematics, we reached the prescribed level of differential calculus, but went even further with enthusiasm into the theory of matrices and some hints at group theory. This wide range of interest represented by very good teachers will explain the receptiveness when I came to the university. But before I came to the university, in the vacation between the Abiturium and the beginning of my university studies in fall, I studied the Capital of Marx, induced of course by the current interest in the Russian Revolution. Being a complete innocent in such matters, I was of course convinced by what I read. And I must say that from August 1919 to about December of that year, I was a Marxist. By Christmas the matter had worn off, because in the meanwhile I had attended courses in economic theory and the history of economic theory, and knew what was wrong with it. Marxism has never returned after that. This question of throwing out an ideology because it is rationally untenable, scientifically untenable, remained a constant problem in these years. Very important for the formation of my attitude in science was the early acquaintance with the work of Max Weber, whose volumes of the sociology of religion and Wirtschaft und Gesellschaft came out in these years and were of course devoured by our students. The lasting influence of Max Weber can be concentrated in the following points. 1. The essays of Max Weber on Marxism, going back to 1945, completed the rejection of Marxism as untenable in science that had been prepared by the courses in economics and history of economic theory. Second, the later lectures of Max Weber on Wissenschaft and Politik made it clear that ideologies are the so-called values which have to be premised when you act, but are not themselves scientific propositions. The question became acute through Weber's distinction of Gesinnungsethik und Verantwortungsethik, ethics of intention and ethics of responsibility, as they are usually rendered in English. Weber was on the side of the ethics of responsibility, that is, of taking on the responsibility for the consequences of one's action, so that If you, for instance, establish a government that expropriates the expropriators, you are responsible. The most careful economic calculus, what Mises called die Wirtschaftsrechnung. No excuse for the bad consequences of moralistic action could be found in the morality or nobility of your intentions. The end does not justify the means. This fundamental insight of Max Weber, so Weber did not analyze its implications fully, remained a firm possession. Ideologies are not science, and ideals are no substitute for ethics. As I later found out, the distinctions of Max Weber were closely connected with the neo-Kantian methodology of the historical sciences developed by the so-called Southwest German school of Rickert and Windelband.
Windelband.
Windelband, yes. In Max Weber's context, it became clear that science, that social science, if it wanted to be a science, had to be value-free. That meant for Max Weber that the sociologist had to explore relations of cause and effect in the social process. The values which he would use to select his materials were premises and not accessible to scientific treatment. Value judgments thus had to be excluded from science. That left him with the difficulty that the premises of selection of materials for the sciences, as well as the premises for an ethics of responsibility, had to remain in the shadow. These areas were not analyzed by Max Weber. The external symptom of this gap in Max Weber's theory is the fact that in his sociology of religion, wide as it ranged, there was no treatment of early Christianity, nor of classic philosophy. That is to say, that the analysis of experiences that would have supplied the criteria for existential order and responsible action remained outside his field of consideration. If Weber, nevertheless, did not derail into some sort of relativism or anarchism, that is due to the fact that, even without the conduct of such analysis, he was a staunch ethical character, and in fact, as the biography of his nephew Eduard Baumgarten has brought out, a mystic. So he knew what was right without knowing the reasons for it. But of course, as far as science is concerned, that is a very precarious position, because students, after all, want to know the reasons why they should conduct themselves in a certain manner. And when the reasons, and that is the rational order of existence, are excluded from consideration, emotions are liable to carry you away into all sorts of ideological and idealistic adventures, in which the ends become more fascinating than the means. Here is the gap in Max Weber's work, constituting the great problem with which I have dealt during the 50 years since I got acquainted with the work of Max Weber. But before going into that matter, it should be stressed that one important further influence of Max Weber was the range of his comparative knowledge. As far as I am concerned, Max Weber has established once for all that one cannot be a successful scholar in the field of social and political science unless one knows what one is talking about. And that means the comparative civilizational knowledge, not only of modern civilization, but also of medieval and ancient civilization, and not only of Western civilization, but also of Near Eastern and Far Eastern civilizations, and to keep that knowledge up to date in contact with the specialist sciences in the various fields. Anybody who does not do that has no claim to call himself an empiricist, and certainly is defective in his competence as a scholar in the field. To continue the problem of the range of knowledge. Max Weber, of course, was not the first to set this example. The founder of sociology under this name, Comte, also insisted on having this broad range of knowledge, and one may say that this range has remained ineluctable for the great social scientists ever since. The matter has been, however, obscured by secondary classifications of types of sociology, and thinkers like Comte have come under the category of philosophers of history or historical sociologists. Such classifications, however, do not abolish the structure of reality, and that means that the empirical range of knowledge is the basis of all serious science in these matters. As a matter of fact, it was still clear in the early 20s, when I started into the field as a student, that comparative historical knowledge was a requirement. The model of Max Weber, in this respect, was fortified by Oswald Spengler's Decline of the West, a work that should not be considered only under the aspect of its dubious classification of civilizations and of the dubious organic analogies, but above all, as again the work of a man who acquired the historical knowledge that made possible the comparative study of civilizations. The background for the work of Spengler was, of course, the great History of Antiquity by Eduard Meyer. The work of Eduard Meyer has remained still for the following decades the basis also for the work of Arnold J. Toynbee. If one looks at the text, especially concerning ancient civilizations, one will find in the footnotes Eduard Meyer as the most frequently quoted authority. It was my good luck when I was a student for a semester in Berlin in 1922-3 to have still a course of Eduard Meyer in Greek history. He was a very impressive personality. He would walk in, a tall figure, slightly stooped by age, with a great shock of hair, step up to the lectern, fold his arms on it, close his eyes, and then talk for the full hour without interruption in impeccable language, never making a grammatical or stylistic mistake, and never getting tangled up in a sentence. When the bell sounded, he would conclude the lecture, open his eyes, and walk out. What was particularly impressive about Eduard Meyer was his treatment of historical situations from the point of view of the persons engaged in the action. I still remember his masterful characterization of Themistocles on the eve of the Battle of Salamis, weighing the possibilities and how to gain a victory. I like to believe that understanding a historical situation from the self-understanding of the persons involved in it as one of the permanent factors in my own work. This range of knowledge represented by Eduard Meyer should be supplemented by the memory of a man of less weight in the critical detail, but of a similar range and comparative vision, that is of Alfred Weber. I had the good fortune to spend a semester in Heidelberg in the year, I believe it was 1929, when he gave for the first time his course in the sociology of culture. Again it was brought home to me that a scholar, if he wants to talk about social structures in their historical context, must have comparative knowledge and be as at home in the genesis of Babylonian civilization as in the genesis of Western civilization in the time of the Merovingians and Carolingians. The range of knowledge for comparative purposes was more than a formal principle. As these various recollections indicate, I actually acquired a considerable amount of knowledge for such comparative purposes through the study of the works of Max Weber, later of Alfred Weber, of Eduard Meyer, of Spengler, and of Toynbee. This actual acquisition of knowledge was very importantly favored in those years by the influence of the so-called Stefan George Kreis. Stefan George is today chiefly remembered as the great German poet in the period of symbolism, and as such he undoubtedly also had an influence on me. Through him I became aware of symbolist lyrics and began to study with some attention such French poets as Mallarmé and later Paul Valéry. The importance of George, however, at that time lay chiefly in his influence on a considerable number of his adherents and immediate friends and pupils who became scholars in their own right and determined the climate of the German universities at the time for the intellectually more alert younger generation. A mention of the man whose works I have absorbed intensely at the time and whose volumes in first editions are still part of my library, Friedrich Gundolf, especially through his work on Goethe and on the history of Caesar's fame, as well as Kommerel, 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 on Jean-Paul and his volume on the German classic and romantic literature. Then, of course, the work of the classical scholars extending over the 20s, beginning with the work by Friedemann, who was killed in the First World War, on Plato, to be continued by Friedlander, who later came to America, by Edgar Salin, and by Hildebrandt. Especially Friedlander's and Hildebrandt's work on Plato is fundamental for my own studies, which were continued in their spirit. A further influence of the first magnitude began to develop rather early in the 20s, became very intense after my return from America and France in 1927, and lasted until the death of Karl Kraus in 1937. Karl Kraus was the great publicist who published Die Fackel. The Fackel itself, appearing at irregular intervals, as well as his other literary work, were read by everybody among the younger people whom I knew. It was the intellectual and moralist background that gave all of us a critical understanding of politics and especially of the function of the press in the disintegration of the German and Austrian society, preparing the way for National Socialism. The fundamental position of Karl Kraus was that of the great artist of language who would defend the standards of language against its corruption in the current literature and especially through the journalists. His work, like that of Stefan George, must be understood in the context of America at the time. regaining language was a matter of deliberate education on the part of the younger generation at the time. The influence of my deliberate schooling by the style of the Stefan George Kreis can still be discerned by any stylist who cares to pay attention to such matters. In my first books on America, and especially on die Geistesgeschichte der Rassenidee. Regaining language meant recovering the subject matter to be expressed by language. And that meant to get out of what today one would call the false consciousness of the petty bourgeoisie whose literary representatives dominated the scene. Hence, this regaining of language is part of the resistance against the ideologies, which also destroy language, because the ideological thinker has lost contact with reality and finds the symbols for expressing not reality, but his state of lostness in relation to reality. To penetrate this phony language and to restore reality through the restoration of language was the work of Karl Kraus as much as of Stefan George and his friends at the time. In particular, influential in the work of Karl Kraus was his great drama of the First World War, Die letzten Tage der Menschheit. His superb sensitiveness to the melody and vocabulary of phoniness in politics, war patriotism, denigration of enemies, ochlocratic name-calling, and so on. This critical work of Karl Kraus, with its first climax in Die letzten Tage der Menschheit, was continued throughout the 1920s in his criticism of the literary and press language of the Weimar Republic in Austria and in Germany. It increased in importance with the gradual emergence of National Socialism to dominance on the public scene. The second great work, dealing with the major catastrophes of the 20th century, was his Dritte Walpurgisnacht, dealing with the phenomenon of Hitler and National Socialism. A restrained version of this work was published in his last year. The restraints were due to his fear that the full exposition of the Swinish catastrophe could hurt people who were potential victims of the man in power. The full text of the Dritte Walpurgisnacht was published only after the war by the Kösel Verlag in Munich as volume 1 of the edition of the collected works, which run into 16 volumes. I should say that a serious study of National Socialism is still impossible without recourse to the Dritte Walpurgisnacht and to the years of criticism in the Fackel, because here the intellectual morass that must be understood as the background against which a Hitler could rise to power becomes visible. The phenomenon of Hitler is not exhausted by his person, the adherents he more immediately found, and his successors, but by the destruction of society in which personalities, who otherwise would be grotesque marginal figures, come to public power because they superbly represent the public that admires them. This internal destruction of the society is not finished with the Allied victory over the German armies in the Second World War, but still goes on. I should say that the contemporary destruction of German intellectual life, and especially the destruction of the universities, is still the aftermath of the destruction that brought Hitler to power and of the destruction worked under his regime. There is yet no end in sight as far as the disintegration of society is concerned, which may produce, again, surprising results. The study of this period, and especially its astute analysis in the dirty detail that part of it that Hannah Arendt has called the banality of evil, is still of the greatest importance because the parallel phenomena are to be found in our Western society, so fortunately yet not with the destructive effects which led to the German catastrophe. I shall now go into the question of more immediate studies as a student in the university and my veering toward the pure theory of law of Kelsen. It is not possible to determine in detail why Kelsen proved the more strongly attractive teacher than Spann. The range of Spann was without a doubt much larger philosophically and historically than the range of Kelsen's work. What attracted me, as far as I recollect, was the precision of the analytical work, which is peculiar to a great lawyer. In the success at the time of Kelsen's pure theory of law and its continuing importance in philosophy of law, it is sometimes forgotten that Kelsen was a practical lawyer who devised the Austrian Constitution of 1920, and his commentary on this constitution is perhaps the work that shows his juridical acumen to its greatest advantage. What I learned from Kelsen, I should say, is the conscientious and responsible analysis of texts, as it was practiced in his own multi-voluminous work and in the discussions in the seminar. This work was inseparable, of course, from the pure theory of law itself, which furnished a logical analysis of a legal system. This analysis of the system, culminating in Kelsen's conception of the Grundnorm, stands still today. It has been improved in numerous details, as for instance by the elaboration of the Delegationszusammenhang of Merkel and by the expansion of the system beyond the constitutional Grundnorm to the fundamental norm of international law through Verdross. There have been further refinement in the studies of the younger men like Felix Kaufmann, Fritz Schreier and Emanuel Winternitz. But on the whole, the Kelsen analysis was complete and could be improved only in this or that detail. This fact explains why there has been no great further development of the pure theory of law. It was the splendid achievement of a brilliant analyst, and it was so good that it barely could be improved upon. What Kelsen did in this respect still stands as the core of any analytical theory of law, and I have later used this core, with some improvements of my own, in my courses in jurisprudence, which I gave at Louisiana State University. I should like to stress that there never has been a difference of opinion between Kelsen and myself regarding the fundamental validity of the pure theory of law. The differences with Kelsen's theory began to evolve gradually. That I was not a simple adherent can be gathered from the fact that I made my own PhD with both Spann and Kelsen as sponsors, a feat greatly admired by the younger people at the time because the universalism of Spann and the neo-Kantianism of Kelsen were considered to be incompatible. The differences evolved from ideological components in the pure theory of law, which are superimposed on the logic of the legal system proper, but do not affect its validity. They can be removed while leaving the core of the theory intact. This ideology superimposed was the neo-Kantian methodology, which determines the field of science by the method used. In this case, by the logic of the legal system. Since, due to the conventional vocabulary of the time, Staatslehre was the name of the field which Kelsen represented as a professor, and the neo-Kantian methodology circumscribed by its method, the field of the logic of the legal system. The Staatslehre had to become the Rechtslehre. And everything that went beyond the Rechtslehre was then, by the semantic identification, no longer a part of the Staatslehre. That, of course, was an untenable position. At the time, of course, I did not have the full understanding of the rather primitive semantic games involved in such misconstruction, but I sensed it through the appeal from the materials. It was obviously impossible to deal with the problems of the Staat or of politics at large and omit everything except the logic of legal norms. So, hence, my difference from Kelsen developed through my interest in the materials of a political science, which had been excluded from the Staatslehre understood as Rechtslehre. Rather early, already in 1924, I published my first essay, of rather dubious scientific quality, entitled Reine Rechtslehre und Staatslehre, in which I confronted the Reine Rechtslehre with the materials dealt with by the earlier German Staatslehre in the early 19th century. I conceived already at that time the task of a political scientist as that of a reconstruction of a political science after its restriction to the core of the norm logic. That requires a few remarks about the problem of neo-Kantianism as it presented itself to myself as a student in the 1920s. There were several neo-Kantian schools. The one that was dominant in the person of Kelsen was the so-called Marburger Schule of Cohen. Cohen, in his interpretation of the critique of pure reason, rather concentrated on the constitution of science by the categories of time, space, and substance. Science to be understood as the Newtonian physics as understood by Kant. This pattern of constituting a science through the categories applied to a body of materials was the model for the constructing the pure theory of law. Everything that would not fit into the categories of norm logic could no longer be considered science. There were, however, other neo-Kantian schools. Above all, the so-called Southwest German school, represented by Windelband and Rickert, who dealt with the constitution of the subject matter of historical sciences by the, in quotation marks, values. That is a branch of methodology which goes back to, I believe, the 1870s, when the Tatsachenwissenschaften, sciences of facts, were for the first time confronted under that name by the Wertwissenschaften, by Ritschl, the Protestant theologian. The problem in its formulation had its obvious origin in the beginning dominance of the natural sciences as a model of science, and against such prestige dominance, poor fellows like theologians, historians, and incipient social scientists had to find out what made their science a science after all. That is how the values were invented. The values were, in the conception of Rickert, certain cultural forces about whose reality nobody could have any reasonable doubt, such as the state, art, religion, and so forth. And materials would then be selected and constituted in their selection sciences of a philosophy of art and of art history at large under the aspect of pragmatic politics, with the Staat as the value, and so forth. Consider it possible that the Western democracies would permit the annexation of Austria by Hitler, because that obviously would be the first phase in a series of events that would culminate in a world war. The occupation of Austria would create a strategic situation it would make possible the conquest of Czechoslovakia, and the conquest of Czechoslovakia would consolidate a Central European position that made war with the Western powers possibly victorious. It was my great surprise that the Western powers did nothing. From a friend who was at the time working in Rome and had friends in the Italian foreign ministry, I learned that in the night of the invasion, Mussolini was engaged in frantic telephone conversations with the English government for a common action, which however was rejected by England. I remember the events as causing a sort of unlimited fury. In the wake of the Austrian occupation by Hitler, I contemplated even for a moment to join the National Socialists, because these rotten swines who called themselves democrats, meaning the Western democracies, were certainly worth to be conquered if they would permit such idiocies. But the character development of the past could not be erased overnight.
Certainly deserved to be conquered.
Yeah.
Deserved.
Deserved to be conquered and destroyed.
Said worth to be conquered.
But reason got the better after several hours of such fury, and I prepared my emigration. That was necessary because I had never made any secret of my anti-national socialist attitude, and of course was immediately fired from my position in the university. The preparation of the emigration had all sorts of the usual odd details which are connected with such an enterprise. I had to acquire some money outside Austria because the export of money was prohibited. And I had a Swiss friend who was a journalist in Vienna reporting for Swiss newspapers, with whom I arranged for paying for his income in Austria, while he would leave the counter value in Swiss francs with his lawyer in Zurich. The money accumulated with the lawyer in Zurich became then the base for living a number of months in Zurich before I could get my American immigration visa from the consulate in Zurich. The immigration plan almost miscarried. So I was politically an entirely unimportant figure, and the important ones had to be caught first. The turn came to me at last, and just when we had about finished our preparation, and my passport was already with the police in order to get the exit visa, the Gestapo appeared in my apartment in order to confiscate the passport. Fortunately, I was not at home, and my wife was delighted to tell them that the passport was with the police for the purpose of getting the exit visa, which satisfied the Gestapo, and we were able, through friends, to get the passport, including the exit visa, out of the police before the Gestapo got it. That was all on the same day, and on the same day in the evening, with 2 bags, I caught a train to Zurich, trembling on the way that the Gestapo, after all, would find out about me and arrest me at the border. But apparently even the Gestapo was not as efficient as my wife and I in these matters, and I got through unarrested. My wife stayed with her parents, with a Gestapo guard in front of the apartment, waiting that I should return. And she knew that I had escaped because the Gestapo guard was withdrawn, and about 20 minutes later my telegram arrived from Zurich that I had arrived there. But that was only the beginning of odd events. In Zurich I had to wait for a non-quota immigration visa extended to scholars who would get a job in the United States. And my friends in Harvard, Haberler, Schumpeter, and in a very decisive function as head of the department, Arthur Holcomb, had provided a part-time instructorship in Harvard, but I had not received yet the official letter, and I had to wait for that in Zurich before I got the American visa. In waiting for that, I had dealings with the vice consul in Zurich, a very nice Harvard boy, who looked at me with grave suspicion. He explained to me that I was neither a communist nor a Catholic, nor a Jew, and therefore had no reason whatsoever to be not in favor with National Socialists, and be a National Socialist myself. Hence, if I was obviously in flight, the only reason could be some criminal involvement, and he did not want to give me a visa before the matter of my criminality was cleared up. Fortunately, in due course, the letter from Holcomb arrived, advising me of my appointment as a part-time instructor in Harvard, and with the signature of Holcomb on the letter, the Harvard boy who was vice consul was convinced that I was in the fold, and I got my visa. I'm reporting that not in order to be critical of this particular vice consul, who was as innocent of political problems, and especially human problems, as such people happen to be. And I want to give another example of the same kind, which occurred 30 years later, in the 1960s, when I was at some meeting in a symposium of lectures, of which I had to give one, in Salzburg. There was an interesting scene. Among the other lecturers in Salzburg was Ernst Bloch, the Marxist philosopher. And the wives were there too. Mrs. Bloch was there and my wife. At some dinner, the ladies got into talking, and Mrs. Bloch inquired cautiously why we hadn't been in America too, because after all we were not Jews. And she asked whether I had been a communist. And my wife explained, no, I hadn't been a communist either. Whereupon she asked, well, then why couldn't I stay in Austria? That anybody could be anti-national socialist without motivated by an ideological counterposition or under the necessity of being a Jew is indeed, as far as my experience goes, inconceivable to most people in the academic world whom I know.
This is the beginning of session 5, June 29th, 1973.
Concerning the year in France. After the 2 years in America, the Rockefeller Foundation was kind enough to extend the Laura Spelman Rockefeller Memorial Fellowship for another year to continue my studies in France. The general idea of doing that was to enlarge my horizon by living in France and finding out firsthand what relevant points in French culture were for a political scientist. The field for studies was wide open. I attended courses in the law school, especially with a French economist whose name at the moment I have forgotten, and I attended the lectures of the famous Brunswick. In the beginning, my studies were somewhat hampered because I had a reading knowledge of French, but not a really good knowledge of more complicated vocabulary. I remember going into French literature, which I knew still very imperfectly at the time, and in reading the Trois Contes by Flaubert. That was quite an ordeal, because Flaubert's vocabulary is enormous, and I had to use a dictionary practically in every sentence. But this happens to be the only way of building up the vocabulary of a language, that is by reading authors who have the vocabulary. There was at the time an irresistible attraction in Paris, that is the flood of Russian refugees. I happened to get acquainted with quite a few of them, and understood the necessity of learning Russian after all, in order to have access to the political materials. Hence I started learning Russian with Mochulsky and Lozinsky as teachers. This work on learning Russian continued practically through the whole year, and I got far enough to be able to read Dostoevsky. Unfortunately, I have forgotten most of the Russian because in the practice of my work, I had later too little occasion to deal with Russian sources. But the main area of studies, of course, was French literature and philosophy. Good guide for introducing myself into the problems were the work of Thibaudet on Mallarmé and Valéry, and the work by René Laloux on the history of French literature in general, and on the history of the novel in particular. I acquired in this year in Paris a practically complete set of the important French prose literature, from the Princesse de Clèves of the Madame de Lafayette to the work of Marcel Proust, whose last volumes of the Recherche du Temps Perdu were coming out at the time. Again, Marcel Proust, like Flaubert, was an inestimable source for enriching my French vocabulary. René Laloux's work de Descartes à Proust was of fundamental importance for my understanding the continuity of French intellectual history, because here I found the parallels in the treatment of a philosophy of consciousness to my studies which I had conducted in America on the development of consciousness in English and American philosophy from the 18th century to the present. Through both Thibaudet and Laloux, my attention was directed especially to Mallarmé and Valéry. At this time, I assembled my almost complete collection of the works of Paul Valéry, several of them in first editions, which now have become valuable. I had occasion to see Paul Valéry once when he gave an after-dinner talk at some meeting connected with the League of Nations. What interested me most about Valéry at the time, besides the fact that he was a great artist, was his Lucretian philosophy, which I understood as a parallel phenomenon to the Lucretianism of George Santayana. The poem with which I fell in love particularly was the Cimetière Marin. The opportunity of spending a year in Paris, of course, was also used, as far as the means permitted, to see the surroundings. I remember the first great impression of Chartres and the trip in summer to the remnants of the cathedrals and monasteries in Normandy. In the background, of course, were my studies in the French theory of law, especially of Duguay and, name to be remembered,
Duguay, how do you write it?
D-U-G-U-I-T. At that time, I got my first acquaintance with the French problem of the solidarité. Curiously enough, I was not yet attracted to the work of Henri Bergson, though I was already familiar with his Matière et Mémoire and his Données immédiates de la conscience. My real interest in Bergson only grew with the publication of his De source de la morale et de la religion in 1934. A special area of interest became the French memoir literature. I remember reading with fascination the memoirs of the Cardinal de Retz. They gave me an introduction to the politics of the 17th century. Perhaps because of their size, the memoirs of Saint-Simon did interest me somewhat less. The Retz memoirs were to me especially important as describing one of the great conspiracies that was characteristic of the 17th century. I studied the parallels in the case of the Wallenstein conspiracy, of the conspiracy of the Fiesco in Genoa, and of the conspiracy of the Spaniards in Venice. One of the memoirs I read at the time were those of the Duc de la Rochefoucauld. And that gave me the transition to the philosophy of the moralist. I read with care at the time, in addition to La Rochefoucauld, Vauvenard, and found out about the line of influence that goes from the French moralist to Nietzsche. I was again in Paris in 1934 for several weeks of work in the Bibliothèque Nationale. At this time I was interested in the French 16th century and especially the work of Jean Bodin. At that time I collected my materials for a comprehensive study of Bodin's work, which in fact later was written down for the purpose of the history of ideas, but never published. In working on Bodin, I worked through the French in the Bibliothèque Nationale for the French publications in politics and history in the 16th century. As far as I remember, I had every single item in the catalogue in hand at least once, and on this occasion I became aware of the enormous influence which the Mongol invasions and the events of the 15th century, especially the temporary victory of Tamerlane over Bayezid, had as a model of political structure in the 16th century. Practically every author of importance dealt with these events, which were completely outside the normal structure of politics within a community, and introduced an inexplicable rise to power as a factor into world history, which affected the very existence of Western civilization. This experience of the Ottoman threat and its temporary interruptions through the victories of Timur were observed by the humanists and entered into the conception of the man who can rise to power by his own qualities of energy into Machiavelli's prince. Some of the voluminous materials gathered at the time I published in an article on Das Timur-Bild der Humanisten, I believe 1937, which I later had reprinted in my anamnesis of, when was it, 1966. The influence of these events on Machiavelli, and especially in his fictitious biography of Castruccio Castracani, I published in my article on Machiavelli's background in the Review of Politics. But considerable piles of material and the connection with the work of Bodin have never been published. In the same year, 1934, I spent some weeks in London exploring the resources of the Warburg Institute, which had already moved there from Hamburg. This was my first contact with the alchemy, astrology, and complicated Gnostic symbolism of the Renaissance. The materials collected on this occasion were incorporated in a chapter on astrological politics for my history of political ideas, which however has not been published. This first acquaintance was the basis for my further interest in astrology and alchemy, which developed much later and helped me to gain some understanding of certain continuities in Western intellectual history from the Middle Ages through the Renaissance into the present. Concerning Oxford in 1921 or 2, I was lucky enough at this time to get through personal connections a fellowship for a summer school in Oxford. The official purpose of the fellowship was to learn English, and I remember an excellent young Englishman who did his best to correct my mispronunciations. The great impression at the time, however, was Gilbert Murray. The impression must be explained in terms of my complete ignorance, of course, of the English context of science and philosophy, and it was a first introduction to distinguished English scholars. The comparatively primitive level on which my receptiveness was yet at the time may be gathered from an experience one evening when I strolled around Oxford and on some suitable square found a public speaker who harangued a sparse audience. I understood him to advertise some kind of cheese. And it took me some time to find out that he was rather propagating Jesus. Concerning my dissertation, its subject matter was Wechselwirkung und Gezweiung. Wechselwirkung was the favorite term of Georg Simmel in his sociology, which formed the basis for the further development of the Beziehungslehre in German sociology. Gezweiung was the favorite term in the sociology of Ottmar Spann. The difference was the ontological one of constructing social reality out of relations between individuals and the assumption of the pre-existent bond of a spiritual nature between human beings that would be realized through their personal relations. It was an opposition between an individualistic and, in Spann's term, universalistic construction of society. The dissertation was never published, and I'm afraid I hardly remember now the details. During the year in Columbia, when I took the courses of Giddings and Dewey and read their work, I became aware of the categories of social substance in the English-speaking world. John Dewey's category was like-mindedness. And I found out that the word like-mindedness was the term used by the King James Version to translate the New Testament homonoia. That was the first time I became aware of the problem of homonoia, about which I knew extremely little at the time, because my knowledge of classic philosophy was still quite defective, and my knowledge of Christian programs practically non-existent. Only later, when I had learned Greek and was able to read the text in the original, did I become aware of the fundamental function of such categories for determining what the substance of society really is. The term of Giddings was the consciousness of kind. So I did not know very much about the background of these problems. I remember already becoming aware that Giddings was intending the same problem as John Dewey, but preferred a terminology that would not make visible the connection of the problem with classic and Christian traditions. It was an attempt to transfer the homonoia in the sense of the community of the spirit into something more innocuous, like a community of kind in a biological sense. As the anecdotes just related show, there is a frequent misunderstanding of my personal attitude in politics, and especially with regard to National Socialism, because entirely too many people who express themselves in public cannot understand that there could be reasons to be anti-National Socialist other than partisan motivations of a political type. My reasons for having hated National Socialism from the time that I got first acquainted with it in the 1920s can be reduced to very elementary reactions. There was, in the first place, the influence of Max Weber. One of the virtues which he demanded of a scholar was intellektuelle Rechtschaffenheit, which can be translated as intellectual honesty. I cannot see any reason why anybody should go into the social and generally human sciences unless he wants honestly to explore the structure of reality. Ideologies, whether positivistic or communistic or Marxist or National Socialist, indulge in constructions which are intellectually not tenable. That raises the question why people who otherwise are not quite stupid and have the secondary virtues of being quite honest in their daily affairs would indulge in intellectual dishonesty on a major scale. That it is a case of intellectual dishonesty is beyond a doubt, because the various ideologies, after all, have been submitted to criticism, and anybody who is willing to read the literature knows that and why they are not tenable. if one adheres to them, nevertheless, the prima facie case is that of intellectual dishonesty. And behind that overt intellectual dishonesty arises then the question why a man would indulge in it. That is a general problem which required in my later years of studies very complicated research to ascertain the nature, causes and persistence of states of alienation. But more immediately, on the immediately accessible overt level, brought me of course in opposition to any ideologies, Marxist, Fascist, National Socialist, what you will, because they were incompatible with science in the rational sense. I again refer back to Max Weber as the great influence which brought that problem to my attention. And I still today maintain that anybody who is an ideologist cannot be a competent social scientist. The partisan problems, as a consequence, are of secondary importance because they come then under the category of various ideologists battling each other, and that is not an entirely new phenomenon. I observed the same problem in my studies of the Reformation intellectual battles in the 16th century, where I summarized the problem in the formula that you have a situation where everybody is so wrong that you have just to maintain the opposite in order to be at least partially right. That is important for understanding the intellectual structure of what is called the public, but it certainly has nothing to do with science. As a consequence, I have been called every conceivable name by partisans of this or that attitude. I have in my files the documents according to which I am a communist, a fascist, a national socialist, an old liberal, a new liberal, a Jew, a Catholic, a Protestant, a Platonist, a Neo-Augustinian, a Thomist, and so forth. And of course I have been an Hegelian, not to forget that I was strongly influenced by Huey Long. This list I consider of some importance because the various characterizations are of course always the pet bête noire of the respective critic and give therefore a very good picture of the intellectual distraction and corruption which characterizes the contemporary academic world. Understandably, I have never answered to criticisms of this kind because the critics of this type are objects of inquiry, but not partners in a discussion. A further motive of my hatred of National Socialism and other ideologies is a quite primitive one. I have an aversion against killing people for the fun of it. What the fun is, I did not quite understand at the time. In the meanwhile, the ample exploration of revolutionary consciousness have cast some light on this matter. The fun consists in gaining a pseudo-identity through asserting one's power, optimally by killing somebody, a pseudo-identity as a substitute for the human self that has been lost. Some of these problems I have touched upon on occasion in my study on the eclipse of reality, a good example of the type of self that has to kill other people in order to regain what it has lost in an Ersatzform is the famous Saint-Just, who says that Brutus either has to kill other people or kill himself. The matter has been explored by Camus, and the murderers' equanimity are the intellectuals who have lost their self and want to regain it by becoming the pimps for this or that murderous totalitarian power, is excellently exemplified by Maurice Merleau-Ponty's Humanisme et Terreur, 1947. I have no sympathy whatsoever for this type of mind and never have hesitated to characterize it as murder swine. The third motive that I can ascertain in my hatred against ideologies is that of a man who likes to keep his language clean. if anything is characteristic for ideologies and ideological thinkers, it is the distraction of language, sometimes on the level of intellectual jargon, on a high level of complication, sometimes on a very vulgarian level. From my personal experiences with various ideologies of an Hegelian or Marxist type, I have the impression that a good number of men of considerable intellectual energy, who otherwise would be Marxists, prefer to be Hegelians because Hegel is so much more complicated. It is a difference, not of any profound conviction, but I would compare it to a difference between a man who prefers chess to playing pinochle. Hegel is more complicated, and one can easily spend a lifetime in exploring possibilities of interpreting reality from this or that corner of the Hegelian system, without, of course, ever touching on the premises which are wrong, and perhaps without ever finding out that there are premises which are wrong. In conversations with Hegelians, I have quite regularly found that as soon as one touches on Hegelian premises, unless you accept his premises, that of course is perfectly true, but if the premises are wrong, everything that follows from them is wrong too. And a good ideologist has therefore to prevent the discussion of premises. In the case of Hegel, that is comparatively easy, because Hegel was a first-rate thinker and knew the history of philosophy, and if one wants to attack the promises of Hegel, one has to know their background in Plotinus and the Neoplatonic mysticism of the 17th century. Since very few people who pontificate about Hegel have any knowledge of the history of philosophy comparable to that of Hegel, the premises can be easily kept in the dark, and sometimes need not even be kept in the dark, because they are anyway in the darkness of the ignorance of those who talk about Hegel. In Marx the case is more obvious, because he greatly simplified the problem of the premises. When he writes of Hegel, he already distorts him so badly that his honest editors are very much aware of it and cannot help but express themselves cautiously on their finding. The editors of the Frühschriften of Karl Marx, especially Siegfried Landshut, say on occasion of their analysis of Marx's study of Hegel's philosophy of law that Marx, if one may express oneself in this manner, by misunderstanding Hegel as it were deliberately, conceives all concepts of Hegel, which are meant as philosophical predicates of the idea, as statements on facts. In my uncivilized manner, of a man who does not like to murder people for the purpose of supplying intellectuals with fun, I flatly state that Marx was consciously an intellectual swindler for the purpose of maintaining an ideology that would permit him to support violent action against human beings with a show of moral indignation. I have stated the problem explicitly inaugural lecture in Munich in 1958 and explored on that occasion the mental disturbance that lies back of such action. Marx, however, still is conducting his argument on a very high intellectual level, and the surprise caused by my flat statement that he was engaged in intellectual swindle with repercussions in the daily press can easily be explained on the same line as the darkness that surrounds the premises of Hegel. The Marxian swindle concerns the flat denial to enter into the etiological argument of Aristotle that is on the question that man does not exist out of himself, but out of a divine ground of all reality. Again, as distinguished from the contemporaries who pontificate about Marx, Marx himself still had a very good philosophical education and knew that the problem of etiology in human existence was the central problem of a philosophy of man. And if he wanted to destroy man's humanity by making him a socialist man, quotation, socialist man, he had to refuse to enter into the etiological argument. On this point, he was, one must admit, considerably more honest than Hegel, who never quoted the arguments into which he refused to enter. But the effect is the same as in Hegel, because the contemporary critics know, of course, about Aristotle and the etiological argument of the metaphysics, just as much about the Neoplatonic background of Hegel, that is exactly nothing. The general deculturation of the academic and intellectual world in Western civilization furnishes the background for the social dominance of opinion which still would have been laughed out of court, even in the late Middle Ages or in the Renaissance. When we go beyond Marx into the ideological epigonae of the late 19th and of the 20th century, we are already far below the intellectual level that formed even the background of a Marx. And here comes in my particular hatred of ideologies because of the vulgarization of the intellectual debate and a distinctly ochlocratic coloring of public discussion, which today has reached the point of considering as fascist or authoritarian even a reference to the facts of intellectual history, which must be known if one wants to discuss the problems that come up in the political debate. The radical condemnation of historical and philosophical knowledge must be recognized as an important factor in creating the social environment in which persons who cannot even be called intellectual crooks because their level of consciousness is much too low to be aware of their objective crookedness, but must be rather characterized as functional illiterates with a strong desire of personal aggrandizement. These observations then bring us down to the level of National Socialism. It is extremely difficult to engage in a critical discussion of National Socialist ideas, as I have found out when I gave my semester course on Hitler and the Germans in 1964 in Munich, because in National Socialist and related nationalist documents, we are far below the level on which rational discussion is possible. In order to deal with language documents of this type, one must first develop a philosophy of language, going into the problems of symbolization on the basis of experience and the perversion of such symbols on the vulgarian level of people who are utterly unable to read a book on the level of philosophy. This level, which I characterize as the vulgarian, and as far as it becomes socially relevant as the ochlocratic level, again is not admissible as in the position of a partner in discussion, but can only be an object of scientific research. These vulgarian and ochlocratic problems must not be taken lightly. One could perhaps argue one should simply not take note of them. They are serious on the level of life and death, because the vulgarians create and dominate the intellectual climate in which the rise of figures like Hitler to power is possible. I would say therefore that in the German case, the destroyers of the German language and German philosophy on the literary and journalistic level, characterized and substantiated by materials over more than 30 years in the volumes of Karl Kraus, are the true criminals who are guilty of the National Socialist atrocities, which are possible only when the social environment has been so destroyed by the Bulgarians that a person who is truly representative of this Bulgarian spirit can rise to power. The motivations I have just referred to were perfectly clear to me at the time, but clarity about their direction did not mean clarity about the implications in detail. What one had to do was to explore the problems and in fact create the intellectual apparatus for the highly complex phenomena of intellectual deformation, perversion, crookedness, vulgarization, and so forth. And that required studies which at the time simply did not exist, so their necessity was felt on all sides. Into this context, for instance, belong the studies which are published under the title Die politischen Religionen in 1938. To speak of the politischen Religionen in that context conformed to a class of literature which interpreted the new ideological movement as a variety of religions, and of authors like Louis Rougier, R-O-U-G-I-E-R, Louis Rougier, who published his successful volume La Mystique Politique. The classification is not wrong, but I would no longer use today the term religions because it is too vague and already deforms the real problem of experiences by bringing it down to the level of dogma or doctrine. Moreover, in that small volume on the politischen Religionen, I still treated on the same level such phenomena as the spiritual movement of Eknaton, of medieval theories of spiritual and temporal power, of apocalypse, the Leviathan of Hobbes, and certain National Socialist symbolisms. More adequate treatment would have required far-reaching differentiations between these various phenomena who were thrown together by me at that time still under the head of the politischen Religion. The book was just finished printing in March 1938 when the National Socialist occupation of Austria occurred. The publishing house of Berman Fischer was an inevitable target, among others, of the occupation forces, and the whole edition was confiscated at the publishers and never reached the public. Later I found that a few copies had gone into commerce because apparently various National Socialist agencies got copies from the Gestapo, which after the Second World War entered commerce. The volume on the authoritarian state that was published in 1936 in Vienna was on the whole a piece of forced labor. I had been habilitated as a privatdozent for sociology and wanted to expand my venia legendi to political science. For that purpose I had to write a new book of an undoubtedly political science nature, and if possible on a subject related to Austrian politics. Material was there aplenty because in the 1930s the generally known resistance against National Socialism, the Civil War situation of 1934, the murder of Dollfuss, the creation of a corporate constitution, and so on all took place, and very suitable subject for treatment, since at that time nobody else paid any attention to these matters. The book is somewhat heterogeneous. In the first part, I dealt with the symbols total and authoritarian. Again, I should like to stress that at the time nobody else dealt with problems of this nature, and no intellectual apparatus for treating these topical terms much in use had been attempted. I developed on that occasion the distinction between political symbols and theoretical concepts, which I later further developed in my new science of politics into the distinction between topoi and concepts. This distinction is basic for an adequate treatment of the language problems in politics. Conventionally, whatever pops up as a language symbol in politics is simply accepted as such and enters the vague realm of political ideas. The first step in getting some rational order into this vague mass is to be clear about what constitutes theory, and that had already motivated my study of classical political philosophy, and in what way the concepts of theory differ from other language symbols which do not express the order of existence, but are expressive of various disorders and of their formations of concepts only half understood by the illiterates on the Bulgarian level. I could use my already acquired knowledge and enlarge it of French institutionalism. A very important factor in the interpretation of the Austrian authoritarian state was the institutionalism of Maurice Oriou. Moreover, I had already been branching out into various areas of the history of philosophy, and I was able to recognize in the assumption of a collective entity that would justify the treatment of its members as subordinate beings who had to conform to the ideas of whoever represented the collective entity, parallels to the medieval Averroistic conception of the intellectus unus, of which the mind of human beings was no more than a spark. I'm not sure I had already a clear conception of the importance of this finding. Certainly I understood already that the transfer of the conception of an intellectus unus to a world-immanent entity called nation or race and its representatives was lethal to the understanding of man's humanity. And already at that time I became aware of the very serious split in the interpretation of Aristotle's psychology, which took place in the Middle Ages between Averroes and Thomas, my preference being on the side of Thomas and not of the collectivist Arab and Western Averroists. One tiny bit of the materials which I worked through at that time later was published in my study on Siget de Brabant. The reaction to this find of mine had a funny side effect. Since Averroes happened to be an Arab, and Arabs are Semites, and Semites in the end are Jews, certain thinkers close to the National Socialist regime, like Carl Schmitt, doubted seriously that the National Socialist collectivism had anything to do with such dirty Semitic origins. An important element in this first part was also my first better understanding of Rousseau and his variety of collectivism. I did not go very far in the analysis at the time, only a few pages, but it is the problem in principle that later was worked out splendidly by Thalmann in his Totalitarian Democracy. The second part of the book gave a survey of Austrian problems of constitution making in the historical perspective since 1848. It was for me the occasion to learn something about the background of constitutional problems in the Austro-Hungarian monarchy and the continuity of solutions found at the time with the problems of the Austrian Republic after 1918. In the third part, dealing with the new constitution, I gave that extensive analysis of Kelsen's pure theory of law in the context of a specifically Austrian theory of politics. Criticism has about 50 pages. That was the section that got me into trouble to Kelsen, because here I obviously rejected not the pure theory of law, but its claim to be a substitute for a theory of politics. I had to stress the inadequacy of a theory of law for understanding political problems and the destructive consequences of the claim that one should not deal scientifically with political problems or could not deal with them on people who believed it. The relation with Kelsen was never the same after that, and years later in America, after my New Science of Politics had come out in 1952, he wrote an extensive criticism of book science, crushing me thoroughly. This book, however, was never published because I conveyed to him directly through letters in cautious form and through common friends in a more direct form that his understanding of the historical and philosophical problems involved in the matter was inadequate, and the publication would damage rather his prestige than mine. Since the book came out in 1936, and in 1938, when the Nazis occupied Austria, its sale was stopped, it did not receive much attention at the time. Nor did it later, because during the Russian conquest of Vienna, one of the bombs fell of all places on the Springer publishing house, and the whole edition was burned in the cellar. Concerning immigration in 1938, as I have explained previously, I barely escaped from Austria. The Gestapo was already about to confiscate my passport, and that would have meant the end of any possibility of emigration, short of secret border transition. My wife was not in any danger because the German legal methods were still strongly in force. And the incidents were sometimes very funny. For instance, in the general survey of university personnel by the Gestapo when they came to Vienna, a Gestapo man came to our home and searched around my desk, drawers, all sorts of cases and so on, in order to see what I did. He was a young man in his mid-20s, and later we got friendly, and he told me he was originally a lawyer from Hamburg. First he inspected my desk for incriminating material. At the time, since I had been fired and nothing to do but prepare my emigration, I had complete quiet for very complicated technical work in science. I was working at the time on problems of empire, and my desk was piled high with treatises on the Byzantine Empire, several of them in French and English. So he thumbed through this Byzantine Empire literature, and then he remarked that he was in charge of inspecting all of these professors in the law school, and that my desk was the first he had to inspect that looked like the desk of a scholar. We then got more friendly. He had to confiscate, or rather take with him, a number of incriminating evidence of my political interests. I had, of course, standing on my shelves, the principal sources of a political nature. Hitler's Mein Kampf, Schuschnigs book, Mussolini's Dottrina del Fascismo, Marx' Communist Manifesto, and so on. So he took away Schuschnigg and Marx. I protested that would give an unfair impression of my political interests, which were strictly impartial, and offered him to take along Hitler's Mein Kampf. But he refused, and that's how I have kept my copy of a very early edition. But by that time we had already become more friendly, and he also had to take away some of my own books on the form of the American mind, and so on. And I suggested that it wouldn't be nice to take the good hardcover copies, but he could take the volumes which I also had, bound for daily use, of the page proofs. And he agreed to that and was satisfied with the page proofs. So I could keep my hardcover editions, which I still have. My wife, who is a very orderly lady, when she came in, wanted to take his coat, which he had thrown over a chair, and hang it in a closet, because it was disorderly. Whereupon he yelled, "Don't touch it! There's my revolver in it." But what had to be considered due process of law under the now valid statutes, was on the whole observed, and while I was apparently a target of some interest, my wife was not. And besides, when I left, she could stay with her parents, who were National Socialists and had a huge picture of Hitler in their living room. Of course, as soon as I had left, on the evening of the day when the Gestapo men wanted to confiscate my passport, the next day he came back in order to ask where the passport, including myself, was. And then was the guard put at the house of my parents-in-law, where my wife stayed. And the next day, after I had arrived in Zurich and I sent a telegram, that scene occurred that first the guard disappeared, and then 20 minutes later my telegram arrived. He had obviously known that I was flown for good. A week later, my wife joined me in Zurich. Of course, we had to leave everything behind, but it was possible to get some of the furniture out, and most important, the library. Certain items, however, had to be left. Again, the details are more or less funny, because, for instance, I had to leave behind my stamp collection, which I had studied as a boy. This being an object of value. Books apparently were not. I know from other people that in the practice of the law enforcement, one could get through a lot of things. I know, for instance, of a young lady who was an artist, who had also acquired a few original prints of Dürer. Now, to export objects of art, again, one had to get a permission. And she put the Dürer prints in between her own work. And the official who examined the map looked through one of these prints after another, and when he came to this or that Dürer print, he said, well, you have made quite some progress as an artist. And left it at that. The background had expanded to the ancient Near Eastern empires, who were the background for Israel, and the Israelites were the background for the Christians, and the Christians were the background for the ideas of the Middle Ages. And in this manner, the pattern of a unilinear development of political ideas from a supposed constitutionalism of Plato and Aristotle through a dubious constitutionalism of the Middle Ages into the splendid constitutionalism of the modern period broke down. That, of course, was not the only line of breakdown. I had worked out in writing my history of political ideas well into the 19th century. Large chapters on Schelling, on Bakunin, on Marx and on Nietzsche had been written. On occasion of the chapter on Schelling, it dawned on me that the conception of a history of ideas was an ideological deformation of reality. There were no ideas unless they were symbols for experiences of an immediate nature. Moreover, one could not handle under the title of ideas an Egyptian coronation ritual or the Sumerian recitation of the Enuma Elish, E-N-U-M-A, capital E-L-I-S-H, on occasion of Sumerian New Year festivals. I was not yet in a position really to understand where the concept of ideas had come from and what it meant. Only very much later I discovered that the origin is to be found, probably, in the Stoic koinai enoiai, common opinions. These common opinions, or self-evident opinions, which were still the starting point in chapter 1 of Locke's essay concerning human understanding, and against which he protested in order to return to experiences which produced ideas. These various occasions for becoming aware of the theoretical inadequacy of my conventional preconceptions about history of ideas did not arise all at once and did not find immediate solutions. I would characterize the 5 years between 45 and 50 as a period of indecision, if not paralysis, in handling the problems which I saw but could not intellectually penetrate to my satisfaction. The work did not stop. I had to go on with exploring materials, and the horizon grew even larger during the war, because China had become fashionable, and the department had decided that I, with my linguistic facility, would be elected to teach Chinese government. That threw me into the study of Chinese history, and since it was a bit difficult to talk about the background of contemporary Chinese ideas without understanding classical Chinese ideas, their continuity into the present, and what of it had to be abandoned now, I started learning Chinese and learned enough to understand the symbols of the classics, that is especially of Confucius and of Lao Tse. This knowledge helped considerably in understanding Chinese thought and is still helpful today when I can recognize in the revolutionary operas propagated by Madame Mao Zedong the pattern of the ballet libretti of the Chu period, with the slight difference that the Chu authors celebrated the victory of the Chu dynasty, while the modern revolutionary operas celebrate the victory of the revolutionary armies. Still, on the whole, it was a period of theoretical paralysis, with mounting problems for which I saw no immediate solution. A breakthrough occurred on occasion of the VoegelinView lectures, which I delivered in Chicago in, I believe it was 1951. Here I was forced, in comparatively brief form, to formulate some of the ideas as they began to crystallize. I concentrated on the problem of representation and the relation of representation to social and personal existence in truth. The problem was obvious that, for instance, in the case of a Soviet government, certainly it was not in power by virtue of representative elections in the Western sense, and nevertheless was the representative of the Russian people. But by virtue of what? I had to go therefore into the problem, which I called at the time the problem of existential representation. This existential representation I found to be always the core of effective government, independent of the formal procedures by which the existentially representative government would achieve its position. In a comparatively primitive society, where the mass of the people was incapable of rational debate and forming political parties who have to select issues, a government would rest on traditional or revolutionary forces without benefit of elections. That the government was bearable was the result of its fulfilling more adequately the fundamental purposes for which we have government, that is, the securing of domestic peace, of the defense of the realm, of administration of justice, and taking care of the welfare of the people. If these functions are fulfilled moderately well, the procedure by which the government comes into power is of secondary importance. This existential representation I then found empirically supplemented in the historically existing government by a claim to transcendental representation, as I called it at the time. By transcendental representation is meant the symbolization of the governmental function as a representative of divine order in the cosmos. That is a fundamental symbolism back to the ancient Near Eastern empires, where the king is the representative of the people before the God and of the God to the people. Nothing has changed in this fundamental structure of governmental order, not even in the modern ideological empires. The only difference to be found is that the God whom the government represents has been replaced by an ideology of history, which now the government represents in its revolutionary capacity. The difference just mentioned had to be expressed in theoretical categories. During several years already, I had become aware, during my studies in the history of Christianity and throughout the Middle Ages, of the existence of various sectarian movements, not too clearly describable with regard to their attitudes and beliefs. During the 1940s and 50s, the extension of my studies made me gradually aware that besides classic philosophy and revelatory Christianity as represented by the main church, there existed symbolizations of fundamental creeds which, by the experts in the field, were classified as Gnostic. As far as I remember, I became for the first time aware of the problem of Gnosticism and its application to modern sectarian phenomena of the ideological variety through remarks in the introduction to Hans Urs von Balthasar's Prometheus, published in 1937. Ever since the 1930s, a considerable literature on Gnosticism has been growing, and incidental remarks concerning the modern parallelisms were to be found here and there. Gradually I discovered that the continuity of Gnosticism from antiquity into the modern period was still a matter of common knowledge among the better scholars in the 18th century and the early 19th century. I should like to mention the great work by Ferdinand Christian Bauer on die christliche Gnosis oder die christliche Religionsphilosophie in ihrer geschichtlichen Entwicklung of 1835. The history of Gnosticism is in this work developed from the original gnosis of antiquity through the Middle Ages, right up into the philosophy of religion of Jacob Böhme, Schelling, Schleiermacher, and Hegel. I want to stress that Gnosticism and its history from antiquity to the present is a subject of a vastly developed science, and that the idea of interpreting contemporary phenomena as Gnostic phenomena is not as original as it may look to the ignoramuses who have criticized me for it. Generally, I should like to remark, if I had discovered for myself all the historical and philosophical problems for which I am criticized by intellectuals, I would be, without a doubt, the greatest philosopher in the history of mankind. Before publishing anything on the applicability of Gnostic categories to modern ideologies, I consulted, of course, with our contemporary authorities on Gnosticism, especially with Puech in Paris, P-U-E-C-H, Puech, and Quispel in Utrecht. Puech treated it as a matter of course, that of course modern ideologies were Gnostic speculations, and Quispel brought especially to my attention the Gnosticism of Jung, in which he was especially interested. Since my first applications of Gnosticism to modern phenomena in the New Science of Politics, and in 1959 in my study on Science, Politics and Gnosticism, I had to revise my position. The application of the category of Gnosticism to modern ideologies, of course, stands, but there are other factors also to be considered in a more complete analysis. One of these factors is the metastatic apocalypse, deriving directly from the Israelite prophets via Paul and forming a permanent strand in Christian sectarian movements right up into the Renaissance. An excellent exposition of this continuity is now to be found in Norman Cohn's The Pursuit of the Millennium. And then I found that neither the apocalyptic nor the Gnostic strand completely accounts for the process of immanentization. This factor has independent origins in the revival of Neoplatonism in the Florence of the late 15th century. The attempt to regain an understanding of cosmic order through a revival of Neoplatonism miscarried, because in order to find the divine order in the cosmos, in the ancient sense, one would have to revive the pagan gods, and that did not work. What was left of the intracosmic divine order, which the Neoplatonists tried to revive, was the immanent order of reality. An immanentism which, short of the pagan gods, had to land in the secularist immanentism, dominant today, after the Christian God had been thrown out after the pagan gods. Hence, the history of the experiences which result in immanentist constructions had to be explored. In the New Science of Politics, Vera spoke of the apocalypse of man, meaning on that occasion the discovery of human possibilities which characterizes the modern period. No doubt that this discovery was made, but stressing the discovery alone would again not take into account the reductionist context of the discovery. The discovery of man had to be paid for by the death of God, as this phenomenon was called by Hegel and Nietzsche. The term egophanic revolt, distinguishing this experience of the exuberant ego from the experience of the theophanic constitution of humanity, is the best I can do terminologically at present. The term metastatic apocalypse may require a little explanation. I had to develop the term on occasion of the Israelite prophets. In the prophecy of Isaiah, we run into the oddity that Isaiah counseled the king of Judah not to rely on the fortifications of Jerusalem and the strength of his army, but on his faith in Yahweh. If he would have the true faith, the God would do the rest by producing an epidemic or a panic among the enemies, and the danger to the city would dissolve. The king had common sense enough not to follow the advice of the prophet, but rather to rely on fortifications and military equipment. But the problem was put that through an act of faith, the prophet assumed the structure of reality could be effectively changed. In studying this problem and trying to understand it, my first idea, of course, was that the prophet indulged in magic, or believed in magic. That would not have been surprising, because in the history of Israel, it had been the function of prophets, for instance, to guide the hand of the king in shooting a bow against the enemy as a magic operation that would result in victory. What happened in the case of Isaiah would have been what in modern psychology, by Nietzsche or Freud, would be called a sublimation of the more primitive physical magic. Still, I felt uneasy about it, and I consulted about the matter, especially with Gerhard von Rath in Heidelberg, who was horrified at the idea that a grandiose spiritual prophet like Isaiah should be a magician. I was so impressed by his attitude that I made a concession. I did not use the term magic for the practice advised by Isaiah, but coined a new term characterizing the peculiar sublimated magic belief in a transfiguration of reality through an act of faith. And this kind of faith I called metastatic faith, or faith in a metastasis of reality through an act of faith. I'm not so sure that today I would make this concession, because the problem of magic is obscured by this language. It is, of course, an act of magic, so one that has to be distinguished in various details, to be summarized under the head of sublimation, quotation marks, from more primitive magical operations. If one would really draw a hard line of difference between magic and metastatic faith, I'm afraid the very important connection between the two phenomena of producing a desired result by means outside of the cause-effect relations in nature would be smudged. An important development in my understanding of the problems that worried me throughout the 40s and well into the writing of Order and History was marked by my correspondence with Alfred Schütz on the problems of consciousness. They were not published at the time, but only in 1966 as the first part of my volume on anamnesis. The correspondence with Schütz was precipitated by the reading of Husserl's Krisis der europäischen Wissenschaften. Husserl's study interested me greatly because of its magnificent sweep from Descartes to his own work. It also irritated me considerably because of the somewhat naive arrogance of a philosopher who believed that his method of phenomenology had at last opened what he called the apodictic horizon of philosophy, and that from now on everybody who wanted to be a solid philosopher had to be a follower of Husserl. This arrogance reminded me a bit too strongly of various other final philosophies, like those of Hegel or Marx, and also of the conviction of National Socialists that theirs was the ultimate truth. Especially I was disgusted by Husserl's language, whereby the philosopher considered himself as the functionary of the spirit, because such language reminded me of recent experiences with functionaries of another sort. In continuation of my earlier analysis of consciousness in die Form des amerikanischen Geistes, I now went into an elaborate criticism of Husserl's conception of consciousness, the decisive point being that his model of consciousness was the sense perception of objects in the external world. While one could agree with the sophistications of analysis which he brought to bear on this model of perception, it seemed to me ridiculous to pretend that there was nothing to consciousness but the consciousness of objects of the external world. By that time, in 1942, I knew already enough about classic, patristic, and scholastic philosophy in order to know that the philosophers who had founded philosophy on an analysis of consciousness were analyzing a few phenomena of consciousness besides the consciousness of objects in the external world. I went therefore into the question what really were the experiences which form a man's consciousness, and I did that by an anamnesis, a recollection of decisive experiences of my childhood. As a matter of fact, I wrote 20 brief sketches, each giving such an early experience, so that they added up to something like an intellectual autobiography up to the age of 10. The phenomena described were definitely phenomena of consciousness, because they described my consciousness of various areas of reality as a child. And these experiences had very little to do with fixing objects of sense perception. For instance, one of the experiences which had stuck firmly enough to be recollected about 40 years later was the monk of Heisterbach. Heisterbach was the ruin of some medieval monastery in the neighborhood of Königswinter, where we frequently went for a Sunday excursion. The monk of Heisterbach was the monk who got lost and did a return only after 1,000 years and discovered that these 1,000 years had passed for him like a day. Such problems of time, concentration and shortening obviously are not problems of sense perception and constitute very relevant parts, at least of my consciousness, even if they don't of Husserl's. In this manner I went through such experiences as the anxieties and fascinations aroused by standing on the border of the known world in one of Andersen's fairy tales and looking north into a mysterious horizon of infinity. Or experiences of festival moments in the life of man in watching passing steamers on the Rhine with their night parties and so forth. These types of experience constitute consciousness, and this is the real consciousness a man has, unless somebody wants to insist that my childhood was entirely different from that of any other child in the history of mankind. And these experiences, through participation in various areas of reality, they constitute the horizon of existence in the world. The stress lies on experiences of reality without being selective about them, but being open to all of them and keeping them in balance. That is what I understood as the philosopher's attitude, and that is the attitude which I also found reflected in the open existence of all great philosophers who by that time had come to my attention. To replace this openness of reality, which at that time already had been fortified in my knowledge by Bergson's conception of the open soul, that seemed to me to be the center of philosophy. And these experiences now required a definite vocabulary for its expression, which fortunately I did not have to develop, but gradually to learn from others who had gone through the same experiences and already found the vocabulary to signify the analytical steps in the exploration of their experiences. At the center of the problem I found the experience of participation, meaning thereby the reality of being in contact with reality outside myself. This participation, again at that time, was already being fortified by my knowledge of the myth as analyzed by the members of the Chicago Oriental Institute, with the category of consubstantiality developed by the Frankforts and probably taken over from Lévi-Brühl. Man is consubstantial with the reality which he experiences, or he couldn't experience it. Among philosophers of the 20th century, I found considerable confirmation through the radical empiricism of William James. James's study on the question, what is consciousness, struck me at the time, and still strikes me, as one of the most important philosophical documents of the 20th century. In developing his concept of the pure experience, William James had put his finger on the reality. These insights into the structure and into the problem of adjustment or attunement, as I said, are present in the literary documents as far as the Egyptian 3rd millennium BC. To the same 3rd millennium BC go back also the disturbances of order, personal and social, and the literary expressions of experiences of disorder, as in the development of skepticism with regard to a cosmic order at all, when the daily experience is one of murderous disorder in the streets. As, for instance, in the famous dialogue of a suicide with his soul, which I've analyzed in my study on immortality. Such disorders, if they congeal into an attitude of an order that is reduced to one's own person, without social or cosmic order, and is perhaps not to be found even in one's own person, can in the extreme produce certain existential states of alienation, in which death may appear as the release from a prison or the reconvalescence from the mortal disorder of life, as it did already in the 3rd millennium BC. Practically nothing has changed in the fundamental symbolisms to this day. The categorization of these states of disorder under certain personal and social conditions of destruction of order, however, came fairly late. The concept of alienation, as far as I know, was first created by the Stoics and later extensively used by Plotinus. It means, in the Stoic psychopathology, a state of withdrawal from one's own self as constituted by the tension towards the divine ground of existence. Since the divine ground of existence is, in classic as well as in Stoic philosophy, the logos, or the source of order in this world, the withdrawal from oneself as constituted by this ordering force is a withdrawal from reason in existence. The result will then be the use of the reason which man has, after all, for the purpose of justifying the state of existence in the disorder of alienation. So far, already the Stoics had come in their psychopathology of alienation. These categories now can very well be applied to modern ideological phenomena in which the state of alienation and not the state of existence in tension towards the divine ground is used as the basis to be systematized into an understanding of reality. The systems of thinkers like Hegel are systematizations of a state of alienation, and therefore inevitably must arrive somewhere, always at the death of God, not because God is dead, but because the divine reason has been rejected to begin with in the egophanic revolt. One cannot revolt against God without revolting against reason, and vice versa. These interpretations of reality on the basis of a deformed existence, which is no longer open to the reality of the ground, and has to remove the experiences of the ground from any consideration of reality, results in typical phenomena. The most important one is, of course, the construction of systems. The system as a distinct modern phenomenon of disorder is obscure today in our climate of opinion because the category of system has become so accepted as the mode of thinking in philosophical terms that the reality of philosophizing has been eclipsed. One speaks flatly, without thinking, of a Platonic or Aristotelian system, or of a Thomistic system, in spite of the fact that these thinkers would have raised their hands in horror at the idea that their empirical exploration of reality could ever result in a system. If anything was ever clear to a thinker like Plato, who knew to distinguish between the experiences of being and not being, and acknowledged them both, it was that the reality, for better or for worse, was not a system. If therefore one construes reality as a system, inevitably one has to falsify reality. One of the important objects of inquiry in a contemporary philosophy of politics would have to be an inventory of the phenomena of falsification, which is a highly important feature in the contemporary disorder. But the resistance against such exploration are of course considerable, because precisely the persons who should engage in such inquiries as a group are the ones who would first have to discard their own thought of a systematic nature as a falsification of reality. And that, of course, they are not inclined to do. Still, the pressure of expanding historical knowledge, both with regard to political history and the history of intellectual and spiritual phenomena, is increasing so strongly that one can reasonably predict, barring major social catastrophes that would bring a totalitarian, systematizing sect to power, that the days of the systematizers and their disordering falsification of reality are numbered. The history of political ideas had started from the conventional assumption that there are ideas and they have a history, and that the history of political ideas would have to start with classical politics, and from there work the way it's up to the present. As a matter of fact, I had worked through the materials, and a manuscript of several thousand pages was in existence. Still, the various misgivings that had arisen in the course of the work now crystallized into the understanding that the history of political ideas as such was a senseless undertaking, considering the present state of science. The ideas were a secondary conceptual development, beginning with the Stoics, intensified in the High Middle Ages, and radically developed since the 18th century. The problem is the transformation of symbols which express experiences into concepts which are assumed to refer to a reality other than the experience. And this reality other than the experience does not exist. The construction of ideas is a deformation of symbols and the experiences which they express. The points at which the misgivings arose were obvious. In the first place, there is no continuity of the so-called ideas from the Greek philosophers of the 7th to the 4th century BC, and for instance the content of Israelite prophetic and New Testament revelatory writings. In the symbolizations of classic philosophy, of Israelite prophetism, Jewish apocalypse, and Christian revelation, simply touch different areas of reality and are not developing in continuity problems of only one area. Moreover, the farther one went back into the background of the conventional origin of ideas with the Greeks, the alternative symbolizations, especially the myths and the symbols of revelation, became clear as not being ideas by any stretch of imagination. An Hesiodian theogony simply is not a philosophy in the Aristotelian sense. Even so, the experiences of reality expressed by, in the one case, mythical, in the other case, philosophical symbols, were intelligibly the same, as Aristotle already had remarked or observed. The problems were arising, which I tried to express through such concepts as compact experience of the cosmos, or primary experience of the cosmos, and the differentiations which lead to the truth of existence in the Hellenic classic, the Israelite, and the early Christian sense. In order to characterize the decisive incision in the history of consciousness, I used at the time the term, in quotation marks, leap in being, taking the term leap from Kierkegaard's Sprung. The focus of interest moved from ideas to the experiences of reality, which engendered symbols for their articulation. That is not to say that the problem of ideas now simply disappeared. Of course it was very much present, but I only gradually found out what it is. Some important observations, which grew in clarity over the years, were the understanding that the transformation of experiences symbolized into doctrines concerning non-existent objects presupposed a deformation of existence in the sense that the contact with the reality of the experiences was lost, and the use of the language symbols engendered by the original experiences became a more or less empty game. Some of the most obvious things about this deformation I discovered rather late, only in the 1950s and 60s. For instance, I had not been aware, clearly, that the term metaphysics is not a Greek term, but an Arabic deformation of the Greek title of Aristotle's Metaphysica, that it had been taken over by Thomas, and for the first time been used in a Western language in his introduction to the commentary on Aristotle's Metaphysics, and that ever since then there all of a sudden was an odd science that was called metaphysics. So not quite unjustified criticism of such doctrinal metaphysics in the Enlightenment and the period of early positivism did not touch the problems of philosophy as represented by the Greek philosophers, but that was not known at the time and is still little known today because the cliché metaphysics has become the magic word by which one can throw out all philosophical exploration of reality. I had to give up the conception of ideas as ultimate objects of history and to establish the experience of reality, personal, social, historical, cosmic, as the reality to be explored, and one could explore these experiences only by exploring their articulation through symbols. This principle of establishing the subject matter, and with the subject matter the method to be used, led to the further principle that lies at the basis of all my later work, that the reality is self-interpretive. The man who has the experiences express them through symbols, and the symbols are the key to the understanding of the experiences. There is no sense in pretending that the Egyptian priests who wrote Theology of Memphis, or the Mesopotamian priests who developed the Sumerian king list, were enlightened ideologists of the 18th century and had no other problems than a Voltaire or a Comte or a Hegel. What is experienced as reality and the advance in the differentiation of experiences is the substance of history. The work on the history of political ideas had not been done in vain because it familiarized myself with the historical materials. But now the reorganization of these materials under the aspect of experience and symbolization became necessary. Hence I gave up the plan of a history of political ideas and started my work on order and history. At the time, the story had to begin with the Mesopotamian and Egyptian empires, and the cosmological symbolization of personal and social order. From this background of the cosmological imperial symbolism came the breakthrough into the Israelite revelation, and not in continuity with it, but at a rather late date in this Near Eastern development, occurred parallel the outbreak of noetic thinking through the Greek philosophers. The study of the Near Eastern and Israelite experiences down to the period of Christ filled the first volume of Order and History. The evolution of the corresponding Greek experiences from the cosmological origins to the noetic differentiation filled the volumes 2 and 3. According to the original plan, these volumes were to be followed by studies on empire, medieval imperialism and spiritualism, and the modern development. That plan, however, proved unrealizable. Considerable parts of it were in fact written, but they always broke down on the question of volume. I always ran into the problem that in order to arrive at theoretical formulations, I had to present first the materials on which the theoretical formulation had to be based as an analytic result. If I went through with that program, the sequel to the first 3 volumes would have been not another 3 volumes as planned, but perhaps 6 or 7 volumes more. The cause of the difficulty, as I just explained, was that the general public was unfamiliar with the materials, which led to certain theoretical insights, so that the theoretical insights could not be presented without the materials. Over the years, I made therefore a number of special studies on certain problems of early Christianity, of the mythospeculative form of historiogenesis, on the transition from historiogenetic speculation into historiography, on the problem of the ecumene as developed by Herodotus and Polybius and by the Chinese historians, on certain modern theoretical problems, such as the engagement in an act of sorcery by Hegel in the construction of his system, and so forth. It seemed to make sense to fill 2 more volumes with these special studies, arriving more shortly at the theoretical results, than to fill whole volumes with materials, because in the meanwhile, what I had seen as a problem in the 1940s and 50s had also seen by others, and the historical exploration of such problems as Gnosis, the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Nag Hammadi finds, the prehistory of Pseudo-Dionysius, the influence of Neoplatonism in the Renaissance and subsequent intellectual Western developments up to Hegel, had made enormous progress, so that now I could refer to the studies on the materials conducted by a great number of scholars, materials which were not accessible to the public in the 1940s and 50s when I developed the conception of order and history. To stress the development just mentioned, because it could not be foreseen at the time when I started on my work. We are living today in a period of the advancement of the historical sciences and philosophical science that hardly has a parallel in the history of mankind. The fact that these enormous developments become accessible to the public through enterprising publishers rather than through a college personnel charged with the education of the young, that is, at a moderate estimate 50 years behind the times, is one of the peculiarities in the contemporary structure of Western society. As a matter of fact, a number of theoretical assumptions from which I had started when I began to write Order and History had become obsolete through this rapid development of the historical sciences, especially regarding prehistory and archaeology. When I wrote the first volume of Order and History, my horizon was still limited by the Near Eastern empires. I identified the cosmological symbolism which I found there with the imperial symbolism of Mesopotamia and Egypt. On the basis of the new expansion of our prehistoric and archaeological knowledge, I can now say that practically all of the symbols which appear in the ancient Near East have a prehistory reaching through the Neolithicum back into the Paleolithicum for something like 20 or 30,000 years before the Near Eastern empires. The present theoretical problem would be to disengage the problem of cosmological symbolism from the problem of imperial symbolisms, to deal with cosmological symbolisms on the tribal level on which they were developed back in the Stone Age, and then to analyze the differentiations introduced by the foundation of empires, as for instance in Egypt. I have collected the materials for this purpose, and I hope to publish my findings sometime in the future. Another great advance in science that has been in the making for many decades has more recently found its decisive support through the revision of the radiocarbon dates, beginning in 1966. The conception of a unilinear history that had already been quite shaky if one considered the chronological parallel developments in the Near East, in China, in India, and in Hellas, now definitely breaks down when the temple cultures of Malta, for instance, can be dated substantial periods of time before the Pyramid Age in Egypt. These findings are now accumulating in such numbers that one can say, definitely now, the older conception of a unilinear history, which still dominates on the Bulgarian level in the form of epigonal constructions in the wake of Condorcet, Kant, Hegel, and Marx, our public scene, is definitely dead. The field of mankind has become diversified, the differentiating developments are widely dispersed, the field can be characterized as pluralistic. The problem of a progress or general advance of an imaginary abstraction mankind has dissolved in the various differentiating acts at the various points in time and space of concrete human beings. That does not completely exclude the construction of civilizational spread through cultural diffusion, but it removes the problem to a much earlier period. As Henze once said to me in a conversation, when you have an historical background with articulate symbolizations of experiences, for 50,000 years, anything can have happened in that time. And all that is later in the so-called historical period, after approximately 3000 BC, can be found by way of relations, must be always seen against that background of human social contacts in such time spans. To give an example, we have by now an excellent literature on Polynesian cultures, their art and their myths. What is sometimes not realized is the fact that the Polynesians did not spring from the earth on the Polynesian islands, but migrated there from the Asiatic mainland. And this migration to the Asiatic mainland has hardly begun before approximately the 8th century BC. So that before that time, for instance, the tribal developments, which today we call Polynesian, and the other tribal developments, which resulted in, for instance, the Chinese civilization, still belonged to the same level of culture. So that it is not surprising when, as again Henze observes, one finds highly interesting parallels between ornaments of Polynesian origin and others which belong on vases of the Shang dynasty in China. From this splendid advance science in our time, one should not, however, infer rash expectations with regard to the death of ideologies, a social effective. Advances of this kind have always been going on and have not made a dent in the ideologies. As a matter of fact, certain ideological propositions were developed in flat contradiction to ordinary historical facts well known at the time, and especially to the ideological thinkers. When Marx and Engels, for instance, begin their Communist Manifesto with the proposition, all social history hitherto has been the history of class struggle. They are talking impertinent nonsense, because there were after all such struggles in history, and well known to Marx and Engels from their high school days, as Persian Wars, or the conquest of Alexander, or the Peloponnesian War, or the Punic Wars, which all had definitely nothing to do whatsoever with any class struggles. Now, if one can make such propagandistic nonsense statements and get away with it for more than a century, one should not expect the expansion of our historical knowledge through science to make a dent in the corrupt existence of the epigonic successors of the ideologists in our own time. These last remarks, however, should not be understood as expressing a profound pessimism, which happens to be an 18th century mood and today somewhat anachronistic. Besides, the actual work in science that is going on all the time in a splendid manner, and in which I try to participate as far as my powers of absorption permit. I had also 50 years of function as a teacher. My teaching experience started in high school when, since we were very poor, I had to get some minimum pocket money by way of tutoring other high school students who were the children of more affluent parents, but did not match their material affluence with intelligence and industriousness. This kind of work continued until I reached university. When I started work on the university, I had the good luck of becoming a volunteer assistant in the Handelsvereinigung Ost. That's my commercial background. In the Handelsvereinigung Ost, an Austrian-Ukrainian enterprise that had grown out of the occupation of the Ukraine by the Central European armies during the First World War. One of the students whom I had to tutor was the son of the Secretary General of the Chamber of Commerce in Vienna, and he saw to it that I got that very low-paying job, which, however, enabled me to continue my studies. Very soon, when I got acquainted with professors with the seminars, they opened up the possibility of a teaching position with a very, very small salary at the Volkshochschule Wien-Volksheim, an adult education project sponsored by the socialist government of the city of Vienna, where the students were the intelligently more alert and industrious radicals from the workers' environment. I must stress the intellectually more alert because the less alert stratum of workers entering the political process was of course taken care of by the trade union training courses. So we had in that Volkshochschule something like a university for workers and certain lower middle class young people. In that environment, I learned to discuss and debate. At the time when I accepted the teaching job, I had already gone beyond my temporary 3 months Marxism in the summer of 1919 and was now facing there rather radical socialists, probably most of them outright communists. And since I had to deal with subject matters of political science and the history of ideas, immediately wild debates ensued, in which I could not give in or I would have lost my authority. On this occasion, during the years, developed a permanent good relation between the young radicals and myself, and I continued this kind of work after I came back from America and France in 1927, until I was removed through the National Socialism in 1938. So the conflicts between ideologists and my first attempts at being a scientifically oriented scholar were always strongly articulate. The personal relations were the best. And after the lecture and seminar hours in the evening, after 9 o'clock, all with the group got together and we continued the discussion in one of the numerous cafes of the neighborhood, coffee houses. I remember still, already in the 1930s, a scene where after a wild debate resulting in disagreement, one of these young fellows, not so very much younger than I was myself, with tears in his eyes, assured me, and when we come to power, we have to kill you. This little incident is perhaps the occasion for another anecdote which reflects the Austrian social climate very well. After the Social Democratic uprising in 1934, certain Social Democratic leaders were arrested and put into jail for a short while. Not for very long. But one of them, the famous Max Adler, their chief ideologist, was not arrested. That was a horrible blow to his self-esteem, because now he had attested by the government what everybody knew, that he was politically an entirely unimportant figure. And friends of Max Adler, who after all was a faculty colleague of mine, approached me on occasion whether I couldn't do something through my equally good relations to the other side to get him arrested for a little bit, so that he was not so terribly sad and downtrodden. I actually talked with one of my colleagues, who at the same time was a high government official in the university, was teaching administrative law, whether the government couldn't arrest him at least for the 48 hours that were permitted under the habeas corpus provisions for anybody before one had to release him again. We talked about the matter, and he was very obliging and courteous, and said he understood the situation of Max Adler perfectly well, and since he was a colleague of his also in the same faculty, he would like to do what he could to accommodate him, but he was afraid one couldn't do anything, because the government would make itself ridiculous, because everybody knew that Max Adler was unimportant, and so he declined to have him arrested. The good relations with these young radicals lasted well into the Nazi period and became even intensified until 1938, because everybody knew that if I wasn't a communist, I still less so was a National Socialist. And when then the blow of the occupation came, I was able to help some of them with letters of recommendation on their flight to safer areas like Sweden. In the University of Vienna, when I began to teach there as a Privatdozent in 1929, the relations with the students were fraught with more tensions, because the students came from middle-class homes, they were not workers, and the intellectually more intelligent ones were to a considerable degree affected by the German nationalism rampant in that middle class, combined with anti-Semitism. There were no open conflicts, but the relations were somewhat subdued, and I had to observe in 1938, when the National Socialist occupation came, that quite a number of the students which the day before I had had in my seminar on administrative procedure donned the black uniforms of the SS. Of a real experience of Central European university students as distinguished from young worker radicals, I can speak only from the years of my professorship in Munich from 1958 to 1969. As I had been called to Munich in order to organize a hitherto non-existent Institute for Political Science, I had to acquire, first of all, a couple of assistants who would help in the building up of an institute library and take care of the quite considerable number of students who flocked into the lecture courses and the seminars. From these beginnings was a number of completely empty rooms that gradually had to be filled with library shelves and books on these shelves. Developed the institute that lasted until I left in 1969. Gradually a stock of students accumulated who themselves became an educative force on other students who were attracted to political science, and gradually they could start on their own work for degrees. The result of these 11 years can only be described as a considerable success. In the first place, there was the Institute as a physical establishment in which a first-rate library was built up, covering the new developments in the historical sciences, and not only in German, but above all in English and French. Special attention was given to the various areas which are basic for the understanding of Western culture, that is, to classic philosophy, Judaism and Christianity. Then, of course, the sections on modern history and modern political ideas had to be brought, if possible, to completion at least of the principal works. And the new developments in prehistory, the ancient Near East, China and India, Africa, and the new archaeological discoveries had to be taken care of. The library became famous and was extensively used by young scholars from other fields, because it was the best all-round library for the development of contemporary science. The young men also did well, and we developed a series of monographs representing the work of the Institute. The most important of these series is Schriftenreihe zur Politik und Geschichte, published by the List Verlag in Munich, and now running into 10 volumes. 2 more are planned to conclude the series. The areas and programs covered pertained to the work by Peter Weber Schäfer on Chinese ecumeny and by Peter Opitz on Tao Te Ching, and by Peter von Sievers on Kalifat, Königtum und Verfall, die politische Theorie Ibn Khalduns. The ones on Islamic and Chinese politics dealt mostly with 18th and 19th century Western intellectual history. There was a study by Manfred Henningsen on Toynbee's study of history, by Michael Naumann on Karl Kraus, by Eckhard Kohlberg on Lassalle, by Hedda Herwig on Freud and Jung, by Thilo Schabert on the symbolisms of nature and revolution in the French 18th century, by Dagmar Herwig on Robert Musil. One should not forget from these years some work that had started with me in Louisiana by Professor Ellis Sandoz on Dostoevsky. The book first came out as a doctor's dissertation in Munich. During the 10 years, the first comers in the Institute grew older and became independent. One of them, Peter J. Opitz, became the highly active editor of a paperback Geschichte des politischen Denkens, of which some 15 volumes have come out by now. You better count them. 15, I believe.
I count them.
Yeah. Peter Opitz has also become the editor of a collective volume of essays on the Chinese Revolution from the middle of the 19th century to the communist movement. Others who entered later from other fields into the Institute have also produced interesting new studies. I should like to mention Klaus Fondou and his book on Manipulation und Magie. The older ones among the young people who started working with me are now themselves in professorial positions or near them, and the aggregate of the group and its work has become a distinct force in the German intellectual scene. So I cannot say that this particular force and group is loved by the ideologists, left or right. I am frequently asked about my experience regarding the difference between European and American students. There are marked differences, but not of such a nature that I should say the one type is preferable to the other. They have their peculiarities. With the Germans I found a very high degree of background knowledge which facilitated their transition to independent work in science. The people whom I admitted to my seminars, and especially the ones who then became assistants and conducted their own seminars, had a knowledge of at least one classical language, and of course were able to read German, French and English fluently. Some of them had the special knowledge of their particular field. The Islamists, for instance, had, under the provision of the university, to have a good knowledge of Arabic and Turkish. The students dealing with Far Eastern affairs had to know Chinese and Japanese, in addition to the Western languages. That made for a group of highly educated, intellectually alert young people who certainly helped each other in the sharp contest of competitive debate of problems. One of their favorite games, of course, was always to catch me out on some technical mistake. But unfortunately, I could offer them the opportunity only rarely. The American students belonged to widely different types. In the situation of Louisiana, there was a considerable cultural background provided by the Catholic parochial schools. I had students in my courses who knew Latin and who took courses in Thomistic philosophy with the Catholic chaplain at LSU. That, of course, helped. The general, or average students, I should say, did not have the background knowledge one would expect of European students, but they had instead something which Europeans, especially the German students, usually lack: a tradition of common sense culture. Especially in the South, the problem of ideological corruption among young people was negligible. The students were open-minded and had little touch with ideological sectarian movements. My experiences in the East were less favorable because the ideological corruption of the East Coast has touched the student mind profoundly and deformed the existence of the students into totalitarian aggressiveness. A great number of students simply will not tolerate information that is not in agreement with their ideological prejudices. I had frequently difficulty with students of this time. Still, on the whole, even the so-called radical students, short of the hardcore militants, can be handled by swamping them with mountains of information. They still have enough common sense to be aware that somewhere their own ideas must bear a relation to the reality surrounding them. And when it is brought home to them that their picture of reality is more than dubious, they do not become easy converts, but at least they become shaken. I cannot say the same of radical students in Germany, who simply start shouting and rioting if any serious attempt is made to bring into discussion facts which are incompatible with their preconceptions. During the years in Louisiana, my wife and I acquired our American citizenship. One of the things in connection with it was quite funny. There was a leaflet issued by the Department of Justice in charge of immigration procedures, giving principal questions that could be asked and the answers one had to give. I noticed on that occasion that the Department of Justice, in spite of Roosevelt and the war, was still quite conservative. The American form of government was a republic. If you said it was a democracy, you were wrong. I believe these questionnaire leaflets have by now been changed. As far as my external position in Louisiana is concerned, I advanced from associate professor to full professor with tenure, and ultimately I became one of the first Boyd professors, together with T. Harry Williams, when the university introduced these named professorships in order to pay higher salaries to some scholars whose services they wanted to retain. Still, when in the second half of the 1950s, the offers came to come to Munich, I did not simply refuse. The reasons were several. In the first place, I could organize my own institute and become effective in the training of young scholars who would continue the work which I had initiated. In the second place, at the time, the salary in Munich was higher than the salary in Louisiana. In the third place, old friends like Alois Dempf, the historian and philosopher, had been highly instrumental in getting me to Munich. and I certainly had no objections to enter this very congenial intellectual and spiritual environment. Besides, I had some ideas that perhaps a center of political science carried on in the spirit of American democracy would be a good thing to have in Germany. The beginnings under this last point were a bit difficult because German students were not accustomed to speak up freely as American students do. And even those who were then became assistants had to be pushed very energetically into a personally independent attitude which differed starkly from the very subordinate position in which assistants are kept in numerous cases by the old-style German professor. Not the least point of attractiveness in the institute I founded was the group of young people who so signally differed in the behavior which I inculcated in them from the type of behavior preferred in other institutes in Munich. On the whole, however, I believe that the idea of injecting an element of international consciousness into German political science and of democratic attitudes has not been much of a success beyond the immediate circle of the young people which I could train personally. As I later analyzed the situation in my lecture on the German university, the damage of National Socialism has been enormous. What one might call the universitarian upper stratum had simply been killed off, partly through emigration, partly through premature retirement, partly through actual killing. So that, for instance, the type of professors whom I still met in 1929 in Heidelberg had simply disappeared without leaving a younger generation trained by them. The universitarian middle and lower class had survived in force, and they determined the general climate of the German universities, and that was somewhat mediocre and limited. The after effects of National Socialism make themselves felt in the contemporary destruction of the German university through an invasion of the rebel from below, to which the university personnel cannot offer any effective resistance, because the authority of the great scholars in the universities has disappeared with the scholars. The general prospects, therefore, I should consider very dubious. When I say the prospects are dubious, I mean that, in fact, the active operation of the universities, especially in the fields of the social sciences and the humanities, has been widely destroyed through the famous democratization and participatory democracy, which means, in fact, that nobody is left in peace to do his work. In a case like Berlin, for instance, leftist students simply do not permit anybody to open his mouth who would be in conflict with Marxism. And I hear that similar situations exist in other universities, as for instance in Marburg. Munich was, fortunately, preserved from the worst effects, partly because, through my institute, there was a strong core of non-ideological science. I would like to stress this point, because it is sometimes underrated what effect a professor can have, not by his personal throwing around of his weight, but by having educated in his courses and seminars 2 or 3 years of students who then become an effective propaganda force against ideologists among the other students. That, of course, will wear off if an energetic attitude is not maintained, or if it is made ineffective by increasing the staff from mediocre people who cannot properly resist radical students in debate. The motivations of the work, which culminates in the philosophy of history, are comparatively simple and immediate to the political situation. Anybody who lives in the 20th century, as I did with awake consciousness since about the end of the First World War, finds himself hemmed in, if not oppressed from all sides, by a flood of ideological language, meaning thereby language symbols which pretend to be concepts, but in fact are unanalyzed topoi, or topics. As a consequence of this fundamental situation, anybody who is exposed to this dominant climate of opinion finds himself in certain social difficulties, because language is a social phenomenon. He must deal with the users of ideological language, not as members of his society and partners in a discussion, but as objects of investigation. Hence, with regard to the representatives of the dominant ideological topics, there is no social community. But where is then the community of language, which he himself certainly does not use but wants to use, in order to criticize the users of ideological language as objects of analysis? The position requires the re-establishment of a society of human beings who use a language that reflects the reality of man's existence. The peculiar situation just characterized is not the fate of the philosopher for the first time in history. There is more than one historical situation in which language has been degraded and corrupted to such a degree that it no longer can be used for expressing reality as experienced. To go back in time not too far, that was the situation of Bacon when he wrote his Novum Organum. In Bacon's work, one finds the classification of the current unanalyzed topics as the idols of the cave, the idols of the marketplace, the idols of pseudo-theoretical speculation. Against this dominance of idols, which happen to be language symbols that have lost their contact with the reality, one has to reconstruct the experiences of reality and the language that will adequately express that experience. The situation today is not very different. One has only to remember Solzhenitsyn's chapter on the idols in Kant's Award in order to recognize the continuity of the problem. Solzhenitsyn had to fall back on Bacon and his classification of idols in order to preserve the reality of reason in his own existence against the impact of communist dogma. The symbols of the dogma, of course, come under the head of idols. I like to refer to the case of Solzhenitsyn because his awareness of the problem and his competence as a philosopher in his technical reference to Bacon is certainly a model that would, if followed, change fundamentally the intellectual climate of our universities and colleges. The philosopher in America is, in relation to the dominant climate of the social sciences, today very much in the situation of Solzhenitsyn to the Soviet Writers' Union. The important difference, of course, being that our Soviet Writers' Union cannot enlist governmental power in order to suppress the scholars. Hence there are always enclaves and reservations in the West in which science can continue and even flourish in spite of the overt intellectual terrorism on the level of the institutions, that is, of the mass media, the universities, the university departments, and the foundations and the commercial publishing houses. Coming back to our Western situation, we have a similar historical crisis of society at the time when Plato started his work. In the conventional interpretation of Plato, it is practically forgotten that all Platonic important concepts appear as dichotomies. The term philosophy does not stand alone, but gains its meaning from its opposition to the predominant philodoxy. The problems of justice are not developed in the abstract, but in careful opposition to the wrong conception of justice, which have to be classified as injustice, current in the environment. The person of the philosopher himself gains his specific meaning through his opposition to the sophist who engages in misconstructions of reality in order to gain social ascendancy and material profits for himself. This is a situation in which the philosopher has to find the man of his own kind in a society, present and past. While there is a dominant climate of opinion, there is also present, even in our society, a large community of scholars who have not lost contact with reality, and of thinkers who are aware that they have lost contact and try to regain it. One of the typical phenomena of the 20th century is, on the one hand, a dominant intellectual group from which the spiritually more energetic people break out in order to find the reality that has been lost. Famous cases have been, for England, the breakout of Orwell from his intellectual surroundings. In France, the breakout of Camus from the Paris intellectual environment. In Germany, the gigantic work of Thomas Mann in his effort to break out of the ideologies of the Wilhelminian period and the Weimar Republic, culminating in his great philosophy of history in the introduction to the Joseph novel. The most important means of regaining contact with reality is the recourse to thinkers of a past who had not yet lost reality or were engaged in the parallel efforts of regaining it. The question where to start will frequently be one of biographical accident. A man like Camus had recourse to the myth that was biographically closest to him through his education and upbringing in North Africa. A similar recourse to the myth and to the Israelite revelation is to be found in the work of Thomas Mann. In this case also one can then discern where the contemporary support in this effort for the individual comes from, as in the association between Thomas Mann and Kearney. Generally speaking, the reservoirs of reality in our society today are to be found in the sciences which deal with intact experiences and symbolizations of reality, even if they should have been badly damaged by the influence of the ideological climate. Such areas, as far as I am concerned, were classic philosophy and the students of classic philosophy, such as Friedlander or Werner Jaeger or Dodds. Another such area is patristic and scholastic philosophy and its contemporary representatives such as Gilson and Lubac. A third area is the history of the ancient Near East. I've pointed to the enormous influence which I have received from the Chicago Oriental Institute and from the vast expansion of history in this area during the last 30 years. A further area is comparative religion, and I've mentioned the influences I have received through the students of Gnosticism and generally of early comparative religion like Mircea Eliade. More recently, there had to be added the study of early symbolisms extending back to the Paleolithicum. On occasion I have remarked on the odd social phenomenon that our universities are sprinkled with scholars for whom the exploration of Stone Age symbolisms, of Neolithic civilizations, of ancient civilizations, of the classic Chinese or of Hindu civilization is the means of regaining a spiritual ground which they do not find in the contemporary dominant institutions of our universities and churches. The social problem just adumbrated is still far too little explored. For its importance, I can testify from my personal experience. As a student, I was surrounded by the intellectual climate of neo-Kantian methodology. In the circle of the pure theory of law in Vienna, the philosopher was a person who based his methodology on Kant. An historian was a person who read any books written before Kant. Hence, my interest in classic philosophy, which was already marked at that time, was interpreted as historical interest by my colleagues, and an attempt to escape from true philosophy, represented by the neo-Kantian thinkers. This problem of reconstructing a society which has to include as its members the great thinkers of the past inevitably brings to mind the famous letter of Machiavelli to Veturi, in which he explains to his friend the course of his days in lowly occupations and the dubious rural society of San Casciano. But when the evening comes, he can don festival garb, go to his study, and join the company of the ancients for urbane intercourse and conversation. Recapturing reality in opposition to its contemporary deformation requires a considerable amount of work. One has to reconstruct the fundamental categories of existence, experience, consciousness, and reality. One has at the same time to explore the technique and structure of the deformations which clutter up the daily routine. And one has to develop the concepts by which existential deformation and its symbolic expression can be categorized. This work must be conducted not only in opposition to the deformed ideologies, but also to the deformations of reality in those areas of thought and thinking effort which ought to be the preservers of reality, such as theology. In the concrete effort to find one's way through a maze of corrupt language toward reality and its adequate linguistic expression, certain rules emerge which are not always to the liking of our contemporary intellectuals. The methodologically first and perhaps most important rule of my work is to go back to the experiences which engender symbols. No language symbol today can be simply accepted as a bona fide symbol, because the corruption has proceeded so far that everything is suspect. In the course of this effort, one finds that one has to study the meaning of philosophy as a symbol engendered by classic philosophers, and which has to be determined as to its meaning on the basis of the texts. Such changes of meaning as the symbol has occurred will then be recognized as such by relating them to the original meaning, and only the exploration of these various relations can result in a judgment whether the change of meaning is justified because it takes into account aspects of reality that were not included in the original meaning, or whether the meaning must be judged unjustified because reality has been excluded in order to construct a new defective concept. This rule of analytical inquiry arouses frequently the opposition of intellectuals, as I have experienced them in discussions, because they insist on the right to give to words the meanings which they want. The existence of a standard based on the historical fact that words do not lie around in a language, but are created by thinkers for the expression of experiences when they have them, is fervently rejected. They prefer what I call the Humpty Dumpty philosophy of language, where the determination of meaning for a word is the exercise of the intellectual's power, which must not be submitted to criticism. Considerable help in understanding the processes of deformation has come to me through the observation of these processes by the great Austrian romanciers, especially by Gütersloh, Musil and Doderer. They have created the term second reality in order to signify the image of reality created by human beings when they exist in a state of alienation. The principal characteristic of this state of alienation, which then is supported by the imaginative construction of second realities in opposition to the reality of experience, is what Doderer has called a refusal to apperceive, the Apperzeptionsverweigerung, a concept which has been developed by him in his novel Die Dämonen, and I always enjoy the fact that he developed the concept in the observation of certain sexual aberrations. The concept of Apperzeptionsverweigerung is formally developed in the introductory remarks to the chapter on Die dicken Damen, the fat ladies, which are in favor with one of his heroes. The refusal to apperceive has become for me the central concept for the understanding of ideological aberrations and deformations. It appears in a variety of phenomena, of which the historically most interesting one is the formal interdict on questioning demanded by Kant and Marx. If anybody should question the ideological doctrine of these ideological systematizers, in the name of questions for the reality of the divine ground of reality, he will be informed by Kant that he should not ask lazy questions, questions oiseuses, and by Marx that he should shut up and become a socialist man, in quotation marks, socialist man. This attitude of not permitting questions regarding the premises of ideological systems, questions which would immediately explode the system, is the general tactics employed by ideologists in discussion. In numerous conversations with Hegelians, for instance, I have always come to the point where I had to question the premises of alienated existence which lie at the basis of Hegel's speculation. Whenever this question comes up, I am informed by the respective Hegelian that I do not understand Hegel, and that one can understand Hegel only if one does not ask questions regarding his premises. As soon as one understands the interdict on questions as a central tactic of all ideological debate, one arrives at least one important criterion of all ideologies, the criterion being the question, what part of reality has been excluded in order to make the construction of a fake system possible? The reality excluded can extend to various areas, but the one that uniformly has to be excluded is the experience of man's existence in tension toward the divine ground of existence that he is not himself. Once the consciousness of existential tension is recognized as the critical experience which an ideologist must exclude if he wants to make his own state of alienation compulsory for everybody. The problem of consciousness, in the sense of the consciousness of this tension, moves into the center of philosophical thought. The understanding of both classic and Christian philosophy, as well as of the ideological deformations of existence, center in the understanding of consciousness in the fullness of its dimensions. The characteristic of what may be called the, in quotation marks, modern conception of consciousness is the construction of consciousness by the model of sense perceptions of objects in external reality. This restriction of the model of consciousness to objects of external reality is a more or less hidden trick in the construction of systems in the 19th century. Even in Hegel, one can observe in his phenomenology that he begins with sense perception and from the analysis of sense perception develops all strata in the structure of consciousness. The Hegelian case is especially remarkable because Hegel was one of the greatest connoisseurs of the history of philosophy. And he knew, of course, that the primary experiences of consciousness, as they appear in the work of the philosophers, have not to do with sense perceptions, but with the experience of structures, as for instance mathematical structures, and the experience of the turning toward the divine ground of existence, motivated by the pull coming from this ground that motivates man to turn toward him. I have not the slightest doubt that a man of the historical knowledge of Hegel deliberately ignored the immediate experiences of consciousness and replaced them by the highly abstract and historically very late models of perception of objects in the external world in order to put over a system that reflected his state of alienation. I do not know of any passage in Hegel where he becomes explicit on his own technique of intellectual fraud, but it has become explicit in the work of Marx in the Paris manuscripts. If the experience of objects in the external world, which is one area of reality experienced, is absolutized into the structure of consciousness at large, all spiritual and intellectual phenomena connected with the experience of divine reality are automatically excluded, or if they cannot be excluded because, after all, they are the history of mankind, must be deformed into propositions about a transcendent reality. This propositional deformation of the philosophers' and prophets' symbols is one of the important phenomena in the history of mankind. It is already in the making in high scholastic philosophy and in the transition to modern metaphysics in Descartes. And this deformation is then continued as a sort of secondary orthodoxy by the ideological thinkers. That propositional metaphysics is a deformation of philosophy and must develop into ideology because the reality about which the propositions are made does not exist as an object, and therefore sooner or later the propositions which supposedly are about an object are found to be nonsensical. I consider one of the more important findings in my work. But once this problem is recognized, the question arises, why do human beings engage in the games of propositional metaphysics and the successor orthodoxies of the ideologies? And why do we have, therefore, the phenomenon of the great modern dogmatomachis from the 16th century onward, now going on for more than 400 years, without a noticeable return to the pre-dogmatic reality of experience? This question leads to the further problem of alienation, and the state of alienation which expresses itself in the deformation of symbols into doctrines. The matter is, of course, not new. the deformations in classic antiquity began to become socially dominant as soon as the earlier shells of symbols became invalid with the destructions of the society which had engendered them through the empires. With the Stoics and their observation of existential disorder in the wake of imperial conquests begins the understanding of alienation, beginning with the creation of the term, in parentheses, allotriosis. That is the Greek term. The Stoics, being well-trained philosophers themselves, understood the phenomenon of alienation quite well. If philosophical existence is existence in awareness of man's humanity constituted by his tension towards the divine ground, and if this awareness is in the practice of existence realized by the Platonic periagoge, the turning towards the ground, then alienation is the turning away from the ground towards a self which is imagined to be human without being constituted by its relation to the divine presence. The turning toward the divine ground, the classic epistrophe, is therefore to be supplemented in the description of human reality by the Stoics' conception of the apostrophe, the turning away from the ground. Turning toward and turning away from the ground becomes the fundamental categories descriptive of human existence regarding its order and disorder. These fundamental observations of the Stoics concerning the structure of existence tie in with the previously mentioned modern observations on the refusal to apperceive. Turning away means to refuse to apperceive the divine ground as constitutive of man's reality. This willful turning away from the fundamental area of reality was classified by the Stoics as a disease of the mind. Psychopathology as the science of existential deformation through turning away from the ground and thereby the withdrawal from one's own self has become the core of psychopathology and has remained so well into the Renaissance. The question has come to the fore again in the 20th century because the mass phenomena of spiritual and intellectual disorientation in our time have attracted attention again to the fundamental act of apostrophe. After finding the causes of disorder in a variety of secondary symptoms, like an undisciplined expansion of the passions, one discovers now again in existential psychology that back of the secondary symptoms, which involves the release of passions, there stands the fundamental problem of the apostrophe and the withdrawal from one's own humanity. Again, the phenomenon of the rediscovery just described is not singular in the modern period. We can observe the same phenomenon already in the classic Greek period, when the observation of social pathology couched by Thucydides in the medical terms of the Hippocratic school became the basis for the discovery of existential order by Plato and Aristotle. In a very similar manner today, having gone through 2 centuries of severe psychopathological distortion of existence, the phenomenon is beginning to be discovered as pathological, and as it is being discovered as pathological, the question of sane, well-ordered existence again comes to the fore. These various developments affect the problems of a philosophy of history. Philosophy of history as a topic has not existed before the 18th century. With its beginning in the 18th century, it became associated with the ideological constructions of history made for the purpose of putting the constructor of the system and his personal state of alienation into the position of being the climax of all preceding development in history. philosophy of history has become definitely associated, until quite recently, with the misinterpretation of history from a position of alienation, whether it be in the case of Condorcet or Kant or Hegel or Marx. This firm construction of history as a huge system of falsification of reality from the position of an alienated existence is in the 20th century in dissolution. Once the pathology of existence, which leads to the construction of the ideological systems, is recognized as such, the categories of an undeformed human existence will become the criteria by which the ideological systems must be judged. Hence, the ideological systems themselves become historical phenomena in a process which reflects, among other things, the human tension between order and disorder of existence. There are periods of order, followed by periods of disintegration, followed by the misconstruction of reality by disoriented human beings. Against such disintegration, disorientation and misconstruction, then arise the counter-movements in which the fullness of reality is restored to consciousness. One of the results of this understanding is, for instance, that the interpretation of certain aspects of the so-called modernity as the expression of deformed existence has the same structure and purpose as Thucydides' History of the Peloponnesian War, in which he described the decades of this war and its prehistory as a social kinesis, a feverish movement of disintegration and disorder. This does not mean, however, that at any given period of time, be it the period under survey by Thucydides, or the modern kinesis, the feverish disorder, which started to become virulent since the 18th century, dominates the scene alone, while what is going on, as modern in the pejorative sense, is an undeniable reality, characteristic of the modern period. At the same time there goes on, of course, the resistance to the disorder and the effort to regain the reality lost or distorted. However one wishes to use the concept of modernity, it will have to cover both the movement of restriction of reality for the purpose of the aggrandizement of alienated human beings, the ideological thinkers, and the counter-movement of the philosophers and scholars, which in our time culminates in this splendid development of the historical sciences, which reveal the ideological attempts which still go on as grotesque. One can find today already, for instance, side by side, a great revisionist movement among American historians who rewrite the history of the Cold War with their Marxist bias, and the characterization of these activities as para-Marxist buffoonery by a scholar like Raymond Aron. From the application of these fundamental concepts concerning order and disorder of existence to the ever-increasing amount of historical materials, certain structural lines of meaning in history begin to emerge. Always with the reservation, of course, that they will have to be revised in the light of further historical knowledge. One of the important results that will be incorporated in the forthcoming volume 4 of Order and History is the description of the ecumenic age. By ecumenic age is meant a period in the history of mankind extending roughly from the time of Zoroaster and the beginnings of the Achaemenid conquest to the end of the Roman Empire. This is a period in which the cosmological understanding of reality was definitely replaced by a new understanding of reality centered in the differentiation of the truth of existence, through Hellenic philosophy and the Christian pneumatic experiences. In social extent, the ecumenic age reaches from the Persian and in its wake the Greek and Roman developments in the West to the parallel development of ecumenic consciousness in the Far Eastern civilizations, especially in China. One of these aspects has been caught in the famous Axis time of Karl Jaspers, with a temporal epoch around 500, when Heraclitus, the Buddha, and Confucius were contemporaries. Another aspect of this ecumenic age is the phenomenon which has given it its name, that is, the imperial expansion through the Persians, through Alexander, the Romans, the Maurya dynasty in India, the Qin and Han dynasties in China. By about 200 BC, we are no longer in a world of tribal societies or small city-states, but in the world of the ecumenic empires extending from the Atlantic to the Pacific. I have spoken of an ecumenic consciousness and mean thereby that the contemporaries of the imperial events interpreted them as a discovery and conquest of what they called the ecumene, as did Herodotus or Polybius, or in China, the first historians Sima Tan and Sima Qin. The ecumene becomes the leading category of this period, and ecumenic conquest in the sense of domination over the known contemporarily living mankind has remained a fundamental force of history ever since. Even if in practice, the realization of such ecumenic, which now would have to become global domination, has never been achieved. The ecumenic age, therefore, has to be characterized by three of its more spectacular phenomena: the spiritual outbursts on which Jaspers concentrated, the imperial concupiscential outbursts which have always attracted the attention of historians, and the beginnings of historiography, in which the disorder created by the destructive expansion of empire is weighed against the order established, and this order established is measured by the newly differentiated understanding of existential order. This triadic structure of the ecumenic age, spiritual outburst, empire, and historiography, is a characteristic period in the history of mankind. In my opinion, it has definitely to supersede other constructions of history, even non-ideological constructions, as for instance Toynbee's earlier assumption of the civilizations as the ultimate units of historical study. The civilizations can hardly be maintained as ultimate units in the face of the multi-civilizational empires created by the Persians, the Greeks under Alexander, and by the Romans, and their disintegration into ethnic subunits when the impetus of imperial expansion has run into various obstacles. Moreover, in order to arrive at the concept of civilization as the ultimate unit, Toynbee had to construct the civilizational units in retrospect from the imperial establishments, which he considered their last phase, before a disintegrating interregnum. As a matter of fact, the civilizations in quotation marks, which culminate in ecumenic empires in quotation marks, did not exist before the imperial expansion. There certainly is something like a continuity of Chinese history, say from the classic Chu period into the Han and post-Han empire. But the Chinese civilization emerging from the imperial ordeal is definitely not the aggregate of tribal societies which entered into that ordeal in the 8th century BC. and the society which emerged as a Greco-Roman society from the Greek and the Roman imperial expansion is definitely not the essence of Plato or the Rome of the early Republic. The civilizational societies themselves are not ultimate units of history, but products of highly unpleasant and murderous historical processes, and I do not consider it permissible to project the civilizational societies which emerge from the empires and retain the differentiation of ecumenic consciousness, even if in pragmatic politics they have to restrict themselves, with the societies which have entered into the process. One can speak, therefore, of the ecumenic age as a definite period in the history of mankind, within the time limits given, from which new societies emerged, in which other factors then, the momentum of imperial conquest, became effective. When a Roman Empire breaks up into a Byzantine Empire, a Western Latin Empire, into an Islamic expanding new empire in the Near East and North Africa, there is no sense to pretend that the Greco-Roman civilization is still going on. What has arisen are new social units based on new migratory movements, cultural receptions and expansions, which take over the form of empire, created in the ecumenic period, and now absorb for their justification the doctrinalized spiritual outbursts as their political theologies. The ecumenic empires and their turmoil are followed by the Orthodox empires, whether in China or in Hinduist India or in an Islamic Mohammedan empire or an Eastern Greek Orthodoxy or a Western Latin Orthodox empire. And these new imperial civilizations, which as civilizational societies are by far not identical with the societies embraced in the outburst of the ecumenic empires, have lasted on the whole until the new wave of turmoil and disruption in the so-called modern period. None of these observations on discernible structures in the history of mankind, however, must now be converted in its turn into a doctrine. Orthodox empires are exposed to disintegration when major phenomena like, in the West, the rediscovery of pagan antiquity and at the same time the expansion of the natural sciences opens to human consciousness areas of reality which had been obscured by the imperially established orthodoxies. The modern period in this sense is therefore a disruption of imperial orthodoxy by a new awareness of reality. This new awareness, however, can in its turn, as it did, degenerate into an orthodoxy, this time of the progressivist ideological kind, because one important element has been taken over from the orthodox imperial period into the new consciousness of reality, and that is the deformation of symbols into doctrine. This deformation, which expresses a new state of alienation of reality, man's relation to the divine ground, from consciousness. This new restriction of reality will no more last than other restrictions which were characteristic of the Orthodox imperial period. The seed of disintegration of ideological empires and societies which, without having assumed the form of ideological governments, as in the Soviet Union, but of free societies with dominant ideological establishments, as in America, this will not last because the pressure of reality cannot be resisted forever. This exclusion of existential order from the public consciousness, in some instances through governmental power, however, is not the only factor that will disintegrate the contemporary ideological ascendancies. We are beset by the same problems as the founders of the earlier ecumenic empires and of the later Orthodox empires, that there is such a thing as the ethnic and cultural diversification of mankind. The empires, which we call, for instance, Roman, were of course not Roman. There was a core of imperial expansion in the Republic of Rome, which already had to transcend its own Roman borders in order to organize Italian tribal societies into a confederation, and then to conquer other peoples who definitely did not belong to the cultural ethnic units of Italy, which caused the resistance that later split the Roman Empire, and after the Roman Empire, the Orthodox successor empires. Ethnic cultural diversity of mankind is still an important factor in spite of the assiduous work of social and cultural destruction perpetrated by the Western Orthodox Empire as well as by the other empires in the course of their expansion and self-preservation. It is unimaginable that, for instance, a Soviet empire can permanently maintain itself in the present form against the ethnic cultures of the non-Russian people, who are 50% of the population. We have similar problems on a minor scale in America, where the ethnic immigration, which constituted the American people, has by far not been fully absorbed, and where an increasing cultural awareness of various ethnic groups, which in order to become fully effective may take a time that has to be counted as a century at least, will considerably transform American society. In the most obvious case of the famous Europe, which does not exist, we have the problem of a considerable number of very marked and self-conscious ethnic cultures who emerged from the Christian Orthodox Empire in the West and have by far not yet merged into a new civilizational unit of a comprehensive strength comparable to the Christian dominant establishment from which they broke out. The end of things thus has not come, and what a philosopher can contribute today to the understanding of an ongoing process is the understanding of the factors which make for integration and disintegration of the type just indicated. One of the fundamental problems in every philosophy of history turned out to be the constancy of reality experienced throughout the process of compactness and transition to differentiation. The reality experienced by so-called primitives is not different from that experienced by moderns. What happens between, say, the Neolithicum and the modern age are the events of differentiation. The thinker who became aware of this problem and stated its structure was Aristotle in the first two books of metaphysics. He understood that his philosophical analysis of reality experience analyzed the same reality that was experienced by the earlier thinkers who on occasion he called theological thinkers, who expressed their experience through the myth. Specifically, it refers to Hesiod and Homer. When the earlier thinkers experience a reality and express it by going back to its origin in Uranos and Gaia, they are in search of the same divine ground of being of which he himself is in search and which he recognizes as the nous. The Philomythos is something like a philosophos, and in his late years he became increasingly fond of the myth as a source of wisdom concerning reality that sometimes may be more comprehensive than the structures in reality differentiated by the philosopher. He understood the relations between experiences and symbolizations on the various levels of compactness and differentiation, which I have categorized as equivalence. By equivalence is meant the recognizable identity of reality experienced on and symbolized on different levels of differentiation. The most important consequence of this insight is the understanding of certain processes in history. When a new differentiation occurs, the area of reality that now has become articulately conscious will be, of course, understood as an area of particular importance. And the overrating of its importance in the joy of discovery may lead to the neglect of other areas of reality that were contained in the earlier compact experience and now are neglected. The most important such event of neglect has of course occurred in the modern age with the differentiation of the rationality of the natural sciences. The model of the reason that is operative in physics became so much the model of reason that the more fundamental, existentially fundamental aspects of reason, in the classic sense, constituent of man's humanity, were neglected and are gradually rediscovered in the 20th century under the title of existentialism, which rather obscures than clarifies the structure of reason in existence. A good example of the difficulty in this rediscovery of existential order is the late turning of by Jaspers from the terminology of existence, which he favored earlier in his work, to the terminology of reason, in parentheses Vernunft, because he was horrified by the derailments of existentialism, especially in the case of Sartre. That, however, is not the only major case in the history of mankind. One of the great neglects and eclipses of reality occurred in the wake of Christianity. The pneumatic differentiation that we owe to Christ and to the apostles, and especially to Paul, became, under the title of Revelation, the center of Christian thought. And since revelation, that is, the differentiated pneumatic structure of existence, had to be something entirely new, constituting an epoch in history, the fact that the pneumatic stratum is of course present also in its compact form in earlier human thought was neglected. It became a characteristic part of Christian doctrine that man's reason is natural reason and as such a source of knowledge, while besides this natural reason there has come into the world the new source of knowledge through revelation. That the Greek thinkers were highly articulate about their consciousness of having received a revelation when they discovered the nous as the ground of being was simply ignored. The theophanic core of classic philosophy is still today rather obscure in general consciousness, thanks to this eclipse by the Christian conception of natural reason. Hence there is a remarkable dearth of investigations into the parallel phenomena of the Greek philosophers' revelation and the Christian prophets and apostles' revelation. So the fact that the word propheta in Christian usage is taken from the language of the Greek poets, who knew themselves to be the prophets of the God, in the same sense in which Israelite prophets were the speakers of the gods. Once the parallel of revelation on various levels of compactness is recognized, One can, of course, develop a vocabulary for speaking of it in adequate terms. One can speak of theophanic events and theophanic experiences in both the noetic and the pneumatic contexts of Greek philosophy and Israelite and Christian revelation. And once the parallel is recognized, one can then ask the question, what is the difference between the noetic theophany of a Plato and the pneumatic theophany of a Paul? That would help considerably both to understand the structure of the philosopher's experience, but it would also force the analyst to determine what exactly is the Christian pneumatic new differentiation that goes beyond the theophanic differentiations of Plato and Aristotle. This task simply has not been undertaken as yet, and is obscured by the language of distinguishing between natural reason and revelation. The question is certainly not quite outside the horizon of Christian thinkers. A better mind like Thomas Aquinas was very much aware of the problem. He knew that if Christ was to be the head of all mankind, he had to be a little bit more than the head of the members of a Christian church. Hence he formulated clearly that Christ indeed was the head of all men from the creation of the world to its end. He was, one might say, a true humanist who knew that Christ had come to every man and not only to Christians or perhaps only to theologians. This insight of Thomas, of course, leads into the problem which, as far as I know, no Christian thinker ever dares to touch. How Christ concretely can be the head, say, of the Babylonians of the city-state period, and how the pneumatic presence of his logos expresses itself in the experiences and symbolizations of Babylonians. Here is a vast open field for every philosopher of history who wants to do more than bright talking and is seriously interested in the historical materials. The problem is, of course, in a semi-conscious way, always present in studies in ancient history, the history of symbols, the history of myth, in comparative religion, and so forth. Because the mere fact that we are interested in all these materials has, of course, its reason, its motive in our concern with the divine presence in these earlier symbols. But I'm not aware that the historical explorers of these materials would dare confess to the motive of their inquiry and to state it clearly as a concern with the process of differentiation that culminates in the ecumenic age, in the decisive differentiations of consciousness through philosophy, Christ and the apostles. Any attention to this critical period will run into the problem that what happened is the location of the process of differentiation in the mind of man. Once consciousness, or in the Greek terminology, the psyche of man, is understood as the site of the process, the understanding of symbolization from the more compact identification of symbols with the presence of divine reality in the cosmos, to the psyche of man as the site of the divine operation in man, with, of course, its most radical realization of the problem in the Christian concept of incarnation. When consciousness becomes luminous, for itself as the site of the divine human cooperation in the process of differentiating history, not the end of all things has come, as some of the contemporaries of this great event believed. The second coming that would make an end to the structure of this world, expected by Paul and the early Christians in the near future, has not happened until today. Instead, something entirely different has happened. The symbolizations in which the experiences of the psyche, consciousness, its noetic and pneumatic structure were recognized as symbolizations in the process of history, which to one part is a process in this world, so to another part it is a theophanic process. Symbols at large move in the position of a secondary realization of insight, beyond which there rises the understanding of man's tension toward the divine ground, which does not find its fulfillment in any truth in this world. This further step of an articulation of a stratum experienced beyond the stratum of noetic and pneumatic divine presence is what later came to be called mysticism. That is after Pseudo-Dionysius. Of course, the recognition of this stratum as man's relation to an ultimate reality in which he would find his fulfillment beyond the process of reality under its present structural conditions of death, is also present before it becomes articulate in the Neoplatonically influenced Christian thinkers of the 5th century. One can very well distinguish, even in Plato, a clear knowledge of relations to a divine reality that lies beyond any revelation of divine reality expressed by his symbols of, for instance, the demiurge or the nous as the third god after Kronos and Zeus. Mysticism understood as the experience and articulation of a stratum in reality that lies structurally beyond the reality in which the theophanies in history and even the theophany of Christ occur, is a stratum that goes through all history as far as we have it recorded literally in literature, and is a very important factor, for instance, in Hindu mysticism. And mysticism has become of considerable importance in Western history ever since the Middle Ages, when the limits of doctrinal expression of truth became visible, especially through the work of Thomas Aquinas. In the generation after Aquinas begins the split in theologizing between nominalism, as represented by Occam, and mysticism, as represented by Eckhart. The two strands of nominalist faith and mystical faith have remained ever since two important strands in Western intellectual history. The nominalism and the nominalist faith in dogma that has separated from experience and can no longer be controlled by recourse to experience has become the publicly dominant form because it was, beginning with the 18th century, adopted as the intellectual form of ideologizing. Mysticism, in this situation, becomes again and again the concern of philosophers when the various doctrinal truths, in the plural, get fighting. In the 16th century, when there were 8 religious civil wars in France, Jean Bodin recognized that the struggle between the various theological truths on the battlefield could be appeased only by understanding their secondary importance in relation to mystical insight. He wanted his sovereign, King of France, to be, if not a mystic, at least to be advised by a mystic like himself, in order to stand above the battlefield of the dogmatomachy. My careful study of the work of Bodin in the early 30s gave me my first full understanding of the function of mysticism in a time of social disorder. I still remember Bodin's Lettre à Jean Beautru as one of the most important documents that has affected my own thought. In the 20th century, when the dogmatomachy is no longer that of theological sects, but of ideological sects, a similar understanding of the problem has again occurred in the work of Henri Bergson in his Deux sources de la morale et de la religion. I doubt that Bergson has the same stature as a mystic that has Bodin. Still, These two French spiritualists are for me the representative figures of the understanding of order in times of signal disorder. Regarding the institutional realization of existential order, the American society seems to have certain advantages over other national societies in the Western world. But I must first of all admit that in that matter I am biased, because after all I had to run for my life from the political environment in Central Europe, and I was received with kindness in America. That of course creates a prejudice. Still, I hope that certain observations will not be colored in a prejudicial manner. There is first of all the great problem of the Western Revolution. Oswald Spengler already has observed that the revolutions which occurred before 1789, meaning thereby the English and the American Revolution, were of a conservative type, retaining the cultural structure of Western civilization. With the French Revolution, in his opinion, begins a movement of destruction of Western culture. These formulations are somewhat abstract, but they can be elaborated by more concrete observations. Obviously, a revolution like the American is distinguished from a French or a Russian revolution or a German National Socialist revolution by the fact that it was able to create successfully an open society with the minimum of governmental violence required for its imposition. Of the major revolutions, it is, one might say, the only one that has been truly successful. A good deal of continental, French and especially now, German animosity against America, to be found among French and German intellectuals, is in my opinion due to the fact that a revolution should not be successful because the intellectuals want to make a revolution of their own in the tradition of the French destruction of cultural order. The animosity of the French revolutionary revolt in the name of reason and the supreme being against the Christian order, not too pleasantly represented in 18th century France by the church and its clergy, has no real parallel in America. As a consequence, we have in this country a society based on a revolutionary tradition, which however is not animated by the just intimated French anti-Christian animosity. However, the European influences come again and again, and our intellectuals are strongly influenced by the European and especially the French type of intellectualism, and perhaps even more so now by certain German strands of Hegelianism and Marxism. These trends are in conflict with the American tradition, and a good deal of the contemporary civilizational turmoil and the famous divided society is due to an absorption of the French-German type of the incomplete revolution in opposition to the successful American revolution. That a large sector of American intellectuals is anti-American must be acknowledged, even if they would deny it. It is the same anti-Americanism that is to be found with European intellectuals. This anti-Americanism, setting aside certain hardcore fringe movements, however, is definitely not a serious communism. If for no other reason, because as far as I know, the most ardent intellectuals, short of a few scholars, are not literate enough to read a thinker of some stature like Marx at all. What we have is not a communist or even a Marxist movement, but a para-Marxist spread that always breaks down in practice because the realities which Marx envisaged lie quite beyond the horizon of their understanding. Still, even in this tertiary Wagnerian form, such intellectual movements are a disturbing factor in society to such an extent that the language of polarization in society has become quite popular. Considering the structure of American society, I very much doubt that such a polarization has occurred. What really has happened is an inconsiderate and partly illiterate intellectual movement that inadvertently has polarized itself out of the American social reality and now has to pay the price of defeat for this pragmatic inadvertency. Under one aspect, this American polarization out of reality has certain similarities with the parallel European intellectual developments. The famous year 1968, with its riot in Paris, revealed, if anything, the non-existence of a revolutionary situation. Raymond Aron has seen quite rightly what the problem is when he gave his analysis of the phenomenon the title La Révolution Introuvable, making himself quite unpopular by this analysis. That movements of this kind, polarizing themselves out of reality, could arise at all and create considerable public noise is possible only because American society obviously is beset by a number of social problems which require solutions too long delayed. There is the obvious problem of the status of the black population, the identification under American conditions of lower classes with racially and ethnically identifiable groups, so that the inevitable status of lower classes becomes an unpleasant tinge because the lower classes are recognizable as ethnical or racial groups. Then there is the problem of the Vietnam War, or wars. Whether it was necessary in the national interest to have that war is very much open to question. But once it was started, it had to be carried through to some sort of conclusion, because one cannot simply end the war by walking out of it. Moreover, the conditions of the war against a totalitarian power faced the American government with problems, which it had also to face, of course, in the war against Hitler, but which in the Vietnam War were aggravated by the remoteness of the actual problem from the daily experience of the American people. The problem to which I refer is a war against a totalitarian power if the ruling group of the totalitarian sectarians is firm in its faith and quite willing to sacrifice the people to the bitter end for its domination, can only end with such horrors of physical destruction that the actual conduct of the war comes to a physical end. The same problem arose in Vietnam because the North Vietnamese government did not hesitate for a moment to have the Vietnamese people exposed to the destructions of war, so that from the American side, especially through the TV reportage, the destruction was brought home to the American people as a destruction worked by the American army. That the war has two parties and that the destruction could go on without the other party, who was the military victim of the destruction, giving up, simply was not raised into consciousness. The bombing of German cities into vast fields of rubble and the mass killings of the civilian population, as for instance in the bombardment of Hamburg, where it was estimated in one night the casualties were more than 40,000, was taken with equanimity. Comparable destructions on the minor scale in an underdeveloped country aroused horror. What was disregarded was that these horrors were caused by ideological sectarians and not by the American government. On this occasion, there became visible the enormous power of the mass media under the control of the intellectual establishment. For the historian, it is a fact of first importance in the understanding of certain trends in American society that it was possible to convert the military defeat of the communists in the Tet Offensive of 1968 into an American defeat through the propaganda of the mass media. Similar transformations occurred on occasion of the famous invasion of Cambodia. The fact that Cambodia had been invaded by a communist army from North Vietnam and that the military expedition against an invasion is not really still an invasion, a fact that every international lawyer knows, did not deter the intellectuals from falsifying the facts into an American atrocious aggression. Similar minor transformations by the intellectuals occurred in the case of the famous bombing of dikes in North Vietnam, or in the transformation through deliberate lies of the bombing of military targets in Hanoi into a carpet bombing against the civilian population. The examples just enumerated will have to be considered by the historian as a serious problem in the intellectual sector of the American society, indicating their willful separation from reality and the violent aggressiveness in the realization of utopian dreams. Since this intellectual environment is not confined to journalists and TV reporters, but has penetrated deeply into the academic world and through the academic world into the education of the young generation, one must recognize in these trends a danger to democracy which has to rest on contact with the reality in the population at large. Nothing lasts forever, and also the present polarization will pass away. But for the time being, one must say that the rational conduct of politics by the American government is seriously impaired because the range of action is narrowed down, because actions must not be in effective conflict with the utopian fantasies. How far this restriction of the American range of action through the intellectuals who have lost contact with the reality will indeed become a danger to the country, only the future can show. Certainly what is present is a huge force of aggressive intellectual dishonesty which penetrates at least the academic and other public strata of society and will require correction in one form or another when a situation should ever become really critical. Once certain structural elements in reality become differentiated and are raised into articulate consciousness, they develop a life of their own in history. One of the important insights gained by the philosophers, as well as by the prophets of Israel and the early Christians, is the movement in reality toward a state beyond its present structure. As far as the individual human being is concerned, this movement obviously can be consummated only in and through death. The great discovery of the classic philosophers was that man is not a mortal, but a being engaged in a movement toward immortality. The athanatizing, the immortalizing as the philosopher's existence, is a central experience in both Plato and Aristotle. In the same manner, the great insight of Paul was the movement of reality beyond its present structure of death into the imperishable reality that will succeed it through the grace of God, that is the state of aphtharsia. This movement toward a state of being beyond the structure of being experienced as real in man's existence in life and death injects a further tension into the problems of existential order, insofar this order of existence has to be organized in such a manner as to lead towards the state of imperishable immortality. Not everybody, however, is satisfied with the organization of his existence in the direction of this movement, but prefers a shortcut and certainty right in this life. The expectation that the structure of reality can be transfigured in such a manner that it reaches an imperishable perfection is therefore a constant in history as soon as the problem is differentiated. Already the Jewish apocalyptic thinkers expected that the misery of successive empires, of which they were the victims, would soon be superseded by a divine intervention that would produce the state of glory and the end of empire. Even in Paul, the expectation of a second coming in the time of the living is only slowly revised under the impact of the experience of man dying before the second coming, and the metastatic expectation of the new world succeeding the old one on short order for those who live now is a permanent factor of disturbance in social and political reality. The movement had been suppressed by the main church with more or less success, at least so far that the apocalyptic expectations were pushed into sectarian fringe movements. But beginning with the Reformation, these fringe movements move more and more into the center of the stage, and the replacement of Christian movements by secularist expectations has not changed the structure in the least. The important new factor that becomes increasingly effective is the replacement of an expectation of divine intervention by direct human action that will produce the new world. Marx, for instance, expects from the blood intoxication of a violent uprising the transformation of man into Superman. When the expected transformation through blood intoxication in 1848 did not occur, he later settled for a transitional period which he calls the dictatorship of the proletariat. But at least he was still clear about it that external actions, like the taking over of the means of industrial production by the government, did not produce the transformation. On the upper level of Marxists, that is still quite clear. The establishment of a communist government is an external event which has for its purpose to produce in due course the expected transfiguration into the superhuman perfection. Marx knew perfectly well that the establishment of a communist government per se meant no more than the aggravation of the evils of a capitalist system to their highest potential. On the Bulgarian level of later Marxist sectarians and contemporary utopians, the understanding of this problem has disappeared and been replaced by something like a magic of action. The eschatological state of perfection will be reached through direct violence. The experience of the tension in reality, through the experience of a movement in the reality beyond its structure, has been transformed into the magic vulgarity of aggressive destruction of social order. Still, so this experience is exposed to the Bulgarian transformations just indicated, the experience is real, or it could not have this permanently motivating effect, even in its deformations. Hence, every philosophy of history must take into account that the process of history is not a process within the world, but in the in-between of this worldly and otherworldly reality. Moreover, this in-between character of the process is experienced not as a structure for all times, but as a movement that will eschatologically end in a state beyond the in-between and beyond time. No philosophy of history can be considered to be seriously dealing with the problems of history unless it recognizes the fundamental structure of eschatology in the process. The understanding of the eschatological problem requires a revision of the deformations which, the concepts of classic philosophy have suffered at the hands of interpreters who want to have a fixed nature of man and want to consider history to have a constant structure. The classic philosophers were quite aware of the problems of eschatology, as I have just indicated. They knew that they were engaged in the practice of dying, and that the practice of dying meant the practice of immortalizing. The expansion of this experience into the understanding of history makes it, of course, impossible to erect concepts like the nature of man into constants in reality. This, however, and there lies the difficulty of understanding the problem, does not mean that the nature of man does change in history. In this very process of history, precisely it does not change, but becomes luminous for its eschatological destiny. And the process of its becoming luminous and the tension being raised to conscious awareness adds to the understanding of human nature and its problems. But it does not abolish human nature in the here and now of spatio-temporal existence. The eschatological expectation and its consciousness is an ordering factor in existence, and the understanding of man's existence as that of, in the Christian sense, the viator, the wanderer, the pilgrim towards the eschatological reality. But this pilgrimage still is a pilgrim's progress in this world. This problem of the eschatological tension in existence, in its dimensions of person, society, and history, is not a matter of theoretical insight for the philosopher, but a practical question. As I have said, Plato and Aristotle were very much aware that the action of philosophizing is a process of immortalizing in this world. This action does not stop with Plato and Aristotle, but it goes on and has to deal with the concrete problems which the philosopher encounters in his own position, in the historical situation of his time. If the classic philosophers had to work themselves out of the difficulties created by a dying myth and an active sophistic aggressiveness, the philosopher in the 20th century has to struggle with what Whitehead called the climate of opinion. In his concrete work, he has to absorb the enormous advances of the sciences, both natural and historical, and to relate them to the understanding of existence. That is a considerable labor, considering the amounts, especially of historical materials, that become known in our time. A new picture of history develops, which requires conceptual penetration of the materials. And to do this labor is the task of the philosopher today, as well as the communication of his analysis and the results, if he happens to be a professor in a university, to the students. Both these chores of keeping up with the problems in the society of his fellow scholars and communicating results to the general public as well as to students is a concrete process through which the philosopher participates in the eschatological movement of history and conforms to the Platonic Aristotelian task of the practice of dying.
The conclusion of the interviews.